Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Nithyanandam, everybody. We welcome each and every one of you for today's Parashakti Akashic readings, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. A few security measures from KAILASA's National Security Agency before we enter into the program. Photography, video and audio recording of any kind is strictly prohibited. And all those who are sitting with us on the two-way video conferencing, please ensure that you are on mute and be on camera throughout the entire class. And if you need to step out due to some unavoidable situation, please inform the digital security officer. A few important cautions. Once again, we'd like to welcome all the Kailasa Vasis attending from Kailasa's monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, YouTube viewers, and all those who are blessed to have the Nayana Diksha, which is the two-way video conferencing, who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Parashakti Akashic readings. My name is Srinitya Sundareshwarananda, and I am one of the Acharyas for today's segment. Let us now learn about Devi Parashakti. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti, and it is the cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of Big Bang and the black holes. Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that the first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with mother. Mother is an important way to connect with whatever you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express to you. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form to ever connect with. Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving us boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Let us now learn about Bhava Samadhi Darshan. What is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? The very word Samadhi comes from the root Sanskrit words Sama and Adi. Sama means oneness and Adi means source. Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedagamic tradition, it is used to describe the moment when we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such beings can cleanse karmas of lifetimes and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around the avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when you are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your very being.
Divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through Archavatara, so the deities in temples, and through Bhavasamaya Darshans in Nijavatars as incarnations. Bhavasamaya Darshan is the science of Nijavatar manifesting Paramashiva, the supreme consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as Nijavatar, physical form as Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatar, which is the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation to the being of the superconscious energy, but human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. So the avatar is to bridge the gap and create an experience of the superconscious energy in all of us.
The Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing. What are Akashic readings? Akashic readings are the readings from the cosmic archives. They are not some predictions. They are the readings from the archives directly. Beyond the time dimension, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, the present, and the future. And because the Akashic readings are stored in the Akasha, which is the space dimension, there is no past, present, or future. That is why whatever we call as happening, and yet to happen, is already clearly recorded in the Akashic records. Let us now learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization and nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, and he has also been recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Here, we are going to be looking at some of the coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Before even the year 1981, before even Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was 3 years of age, he was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism. In 1981, at the tender age of 3, he was initiated into Chaturmasya and Balasanyas. In 1988, he was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tondai Mandala Adinam, which is the oldest monastic university. In 1994, he was declared as the successor of the Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham by the Guru Parampara. And in 1999, he founded the mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally. In 1999, he was also coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvanya Peetham. What we're looking at here is the Guru Parampara of the Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham. This is the lineage of the Gurus, of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the successor. Here we're looking at the photographs when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, at the age of 21. Here, we're looking at the photographs when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvanya Peetham. On 4th of November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi KAILASA Sarvanya Peetham. And on 1st of January 2004, he was declared as a successor of Bhagyanagara, the Sripura Sarvanya Peetham. On 31st of December 2004, he was also declared as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. We are now looking at the photographs when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performed the ceremony of laying the first brick of Adi KAILASA Sarvanya Peetham, which stands today as the eastern headquarters of KAILASA. Here we're looking at the coronation ceremony when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Bhagyanagara, Sripura Sarvanya Peetham. This is the royal lineage of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. In 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham. In the same year, he was also declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akhada. And on 27th of April 2012, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Madurai Shyamalapita Sarvanya Peetham, which is the oldest Hindu papal state in the monastic kingdom.
Here are some of the pictures with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving the Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham at the age of 29. Here is the glimpse of pictures where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is being coronated as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam or Pontiff of KAILASA Shyamala-pita Sarvanya Peetham. In 2013, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. Following the same year, he was also declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akhada, the oldest monastic order in Hinduism, by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukdevanandji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In 2014, he was also coronated as Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjavur Adinam. So here are some of the pictures where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is being officially coronated as Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head. Here are some of the glimpses of pictures where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as the Mahasannidhanam of Tanjavur Adinam. In 2014, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam. Following the same year, which he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam. In the same year, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Panjanadikulam. Here is the Guru lineage where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam. Here are the glimpses of pictures on the Guru Parampara of the Vedaranyam Adinam, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the current Mahasannidhanam. In 2015, he was also coronated as Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. In 2015, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipita Koladamata. By the same year, he was also elected as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders or pontiffs. Here is the good lineage of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. Here we can have a glimpse where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is officially coronated as Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipita Koladamata. He was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs at the age of 36.
Let us now look at some of the global initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. These have also been translated into over 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books, articles, have been sold, read, and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also established the world's largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million Pamli scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. Over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views on social media. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world. He has been read and watched by over 1 billion plus followers of Hinduism. Sri KAILASA is the world's greatest digital nation with over 1 billion views. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures, such as the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been honored as the most awarded and internationally recognized Hindu leader. He has also been acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and the Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to the entire humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the establisher of the world's largest Hindu university with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems. He is also the founder and reviver of over 100 Saravanya Peetams. Next, we're going to be looking at the news and events from Kailasa after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at some of the news and events from KAILASA. January 3rd, 2022 marked the grand narrative of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's 45th birthday celebrations. Over 32 cities worldwide celebrated January 3rd, 2022 as KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Day. January 8, 2022 marked the grand finale of the celebrations of the 45th Avatara Dinotsava of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Various important dignitaries, statesmen, prince and princesses of kingdoms, ambassadors, and prominent celebrities and journalists from around the world were present on these auspicious occasions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that reviving the enlightened civilization is a survival need, and human beings have lived an unconscious life and destroyed everything around us. Especially in the last 100 years, the deforestation, the damage that we've caused to the environment, the collective negativity we have increased is unimaginable. We are going too fast towards destroying the only home we have, the planet Earth. So enlightenment, consciousness-centric values, reviving the enlightenment civilization is no more a luxury, but a survival need. In every level, it is time that we bring conscious-centric policies, enlightenment-centric values and ideas, non-violence and coexistence-centric values. Hinduism very clearly declares ahimsa paramo dharmaha. The ultimate natural cosmic law, dharma, is non-violence. We bring non-violence to our plate in our decisions and policies in the personal level or the societal level or towards other nations and planet Earth. If this generation human beings wake up, we are going to leave a better planet Earth for the next generation. If we don't, I don't want to say what will be the result because there will be nothing left to have any results.
If we don't centric values, the enlightened civilizational policies and values, the non-violence centric principles and ideas, the collective negativity which we already triggered is not going to let us live on planet Earth, the only home we have as of now. So we all conscious human beings have the responsibility to unite all the nations to revive ethical environmentalism. We have to unite all the nations for conscious studies and practices. We have to unite all the nations to preserve, teach, and live ancient enlightened sciences, and we have to bring enlightenment-centric policies, principles immediately to protect environment, to bring gender equality, to bring real health, and not to use human beings as a resource for the pharmaceutical industry. We should focus more and more on bringing life at every level. Kailasa, the only surviving ancient enlightened Hindu civilization, is working intensely, sincerely, uniting all the recognized nations, civilizations, ethnic groups, matriarchal civilizations, the whole humanity, for reviving this conscience-based enlightened civilization. Kailasa is the first case of Paramashiva. We do have a sovereign territory gift to us by more than one country, legally given as per Vienna Convention, and sovereign territories in more than one place for Kailasa, and in few countries kind of autonomous. Semi-sovereign small islands were given to us.
We also have diplomatic relationships established with a few dozen countries, and many countries have established the sister city agreements, the embassy relationship, spiritual embassy relationship, and many other levels of recognitions and diplomatic tie-ups. Kailasa is more of a civilizational nation, and every awakened human being's heart is the territory of Kailasa. Kailasa commits to do its responsibility to spread the Enlightenment sciences and to revive the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation for the sake of humanity. We all had the darshan, the Vaikuntha Vasal darshan on 13th of January 2022. The Vaikuntha Ekadashi is one of the most important and auspicious days for the devotees of Lord Vishnu. It is dedicated to Lord Venkateshwara. On this auspicious day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessed us with a special darshan as Lord Venkateshwara. Let us look at some of the upcoming events and darshans. We have the most awaited Paramashivoham level 3 from February 19th to March 11th, 2022. And literally after 3 years, this is the most awaited program. And it's a 21-day program. And this Paramashivoham, we're going to be manifesting the deeper states of experiences of 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zones, and power manifestation. As part of the Paramashivoham level 3, we are having a special webinar on the vertical time zones on the 16th of January 2022. So please mark your dates and book your calendar to make sure that you are attending this special webinar to experience the deeper dimensions and to unravel the mysteries of the vertical time zones. Let us now look at some of the special recognitions that have been conferred to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor Polly Coogan of the city of Fall River, Massachusetts, confers a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. He proclaims January 3rd, 2022 as Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Day. Mayor Lee Harris of the Shelby County from Tennessee confers a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, proclaiming January 3rd, 2022 as Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Day.
Member of Legislative Assembly, Magadi Assembly of Constituency, Karnataka, A. Manjunath confers a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and proclaims January 3rd, 2022 as the Incarnation Day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor William C. Dust of Concord, North Carolina also confers a proclamation proclaiming the January 3rd, 2022 as the Incarnation Day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Honorable Mark D. Saulnier, the U.S. Congressman representing the 11th Congressional District of California, also confers a certificate of recognition. We have a letter of appreciation from Mr. Sivapujin Lal Bihari, the General Secretary of Mauritius Sanatana Dharma Temples Federation, Mauritius, and they also confer to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Mayor Aquanetta Warren, Mayor Pro Tem Peter A. Garcia, and the council members of the city of Fontana, California, also confer a proclamation and join Sri Kailasa in celebrating the 45th Jayanti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor H. William Mutz of the city of Lakeland, Florida, confers a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, proclaiming January 3rd, 2022 as Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Day. Mayor J. Allen Jones of the city of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, also proclaims January 3rd, 2022 as Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Day. Mayor Sammy Phillips of the city of Jacksonville, North Carolina, also proclaimed January 3rd, 2022 as Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Day.
Mayor Krista Bernasconi of the city of Roseville, California, also confers a proclamation that January 3rd, 2022 as the Incarnation Day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor Carolyn Kerrigan. Mayor Carolyn Kerrigan of the city of Delaware, Ohio, also confers a proclamation proclaiming that January 3rd, 2022 as the Incarnation Day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Kailasa Temple, the Kailasa, Ohio, has contributed to the humanity in various levels. Since Kailasa, Ohio,
we also have another proclamation from Mayor John David Smith, who is the junior mayor of the city of Winchester, Virginia. He also confers a proclamation proclaiming January 3rd, 2022 as Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Day. There's another commendation letter from the National President of the Thin India Sanmarga Aikya Sangam, Fiji, Sri Sadasivan Nayakar, in honor of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor Donald R. Sadler of the city of Washington, North Carolina, also confers a proclamation proclaiming January 3rd, 2022 as Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Day. So now it is time that we enter into the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which is the demonstration of these extraordinary Shaktis. We request every one of you to please stay tuned as we enter into it after a short break.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyanandam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now enter into the next segment, which is the manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis. Today, the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis will be manifesting the various powers of third eye and sharing the results with every one of us. Let us now learn about the Shaktis. What exactly are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to manifest over 463 powers. Manifesting powers are described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shakti is manifest from the fundamental principle that you are divine and that you need to manifest divine, not that you are a man and then you need to reach divine.
So let us understand some of the differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, and Siddhis are on path of enlightenment, whereas the Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment are a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. And Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. And Siddhis are not permanent, and Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment. Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar, and Shaktis are always permanent. So let us now understand about Paramashiva, the source of all the Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, and all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Abhyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or five cosmic acts of Srishti, which is creation, Siddhi, the sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Robhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, and he is also the reviver of KAILASA, which is the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation. Ever since the beginning of this civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle for enlightened beings and the highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived, taught as a lifestyle. For the very first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed on from one generation to the next through the Diksha or initiation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was taught these sciences, and he was also initiated to revive these initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the powers from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken the Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is the Jnana, when it is mapped into your consciousness, which is the Prajna, it manifests as Prajnana, which is the power and possibility of every being. Let us now watch a beautiful video on the science of initiation.
देवी दीक्षा विहीनस्य न सिद्धिः न च सद्गतिः तस्मात् सर्व प्रयत्नेन गुरुना दीक्षितो भवेत्. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram.
Yes. So we saw the beautiful video on the science of initiation. Let us now learn about the science of power manifestation and how it is being authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or the pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal and unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures of Hinduism. Apta Pramana is the experiences and the results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism. The Atma Pramana is the personal experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Pratyaksha Pramana is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. They are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained, and Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Vedagamas are given the status Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, the eternal, and unchangeable truths. Any reference that is cited from these scriptures is called as a Shastra Pramana. So now let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting power demonstration of the power of third eye. Any of you who would like to experience the power of body scanning can go over to either of our live pages in Facebook, YouTube, Nithyananda TV, any other platform where we are live, and you can put down a message, you can put down a comment as that you would like to experience and receive the body scanning. And we'll now be manifesting this power of body scanning for you. So while all of you take you a few moments to do it, let us go over and look at the pramanas of the power of body scanning. The Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattva niyani nilayam dhyatvante vyajate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed. Let us now look at the Apta Pramana.
So the Apta Pramana goes directly where we have a reference of power of body scanning from the life of Siddha. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agastya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agastya for healing. Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small tere, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agastya immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed, successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Terayar. Now, let us look at the Atma Pramana. On 22nd December 2019, Supreme Council of Hinduism shared how Swamiji uses the power of body scanning, paraphrasing in his own words. Only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I merely used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where the balance has to be done. So I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings.
Here we're looking at the Sakshi Pramana, which is the experiences and the results of these extraordinary power manifestations happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, let us enter into the power manifestation, where we're going to be manifesting this power of body scanning. We have one of the participants from the YouTube, Gauri, who is asking for the power of body scanning. So now I'll be manifesting this power of body scanning and revealing whatever Swamiji is showing. I request every one of you to please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, establishing ourselves in the space of oneness with Swamiji. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. What Swamiji revealed is that you've been frequently getting the headaches, and these headaches are caused by the water, and the water that you're drinking has a lot of fluoride content in it. And because of that, the brain, basically the pineal gland, is getting affected continuously, and that is causing the migraine. So Swamiji revealed for you to start drinking pure water, and you will see that your headache immediately subsides. So this is what Swamiji shared, and you can now put down in the comment section as to how you're able to experience and how you're able to relate with this, and share it with all our viewers around the world. So with that, we are coming towards the conclusion of today's power manifestation, and we'll now be moving to the next segment of today's program after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nityanandam everyone, we welcome you back to this segment of Bhavasamadhi Darshan, Devi Parashakti. So in this segment, we are going to be discussing about the Divine Feminine Consciousness, setting the context to receive Devi Parashakti, her grace and blessings upon us, going through the Devi revelations and seeing the current world status as revealed by Devi Parashakti. We'll also look into the solutions given by Devi Parashakti to overcome these pandemic situations. So now we'll start with the setting, the context for Divine Feminine worship. Divine Feminine worship, worshipping the divine, worshipping the ultimate as the feminine consciousness is very unique contribution from Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the world religion. It is the only religion where the ultimate is worshipped as Parashakti, as the mother goddess. The ultimate Parabrahman is worshipped as the divine feminine consciousness. So this is not this is one of the unique contributions from Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the spiritual consciousness. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said, even if everything from what the Vedic tradition gave is lost, and then just if this one tradition of sacred feminine worship is there, the whole thing can be revived, because that is the seed. So this is not just the one unique contribution from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, also this is the root, this is the seed of all the Sampradaya in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is rooted into the Vedas and Agama, which originated from the Vedas and Agama. It has almost 10,000 Sampradaya, but if for some reason all the Sampradayas are lost, and this one Sampradaya of Devi worship, sacred feminine worship remains, the whole thing can be revived, because the whole thing is rooted onto Devi Sampradaya, because Devi Sampradaya carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole of Vedic tradition. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that the sacred feminine worship is the hologram of Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I myself am basically a Shakta. I myself followed Devi worship. From the beginning, if you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshan I had, all mother-based, Devi-based. These are the direct words from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on 17th September 2010. So through this, we get to see the importance of sacred feminine worship. This is not just one sampradaya, but this is one of the most important sampradaya to realize the ultimate. All the traditions, all the subsects of Sanatana Hindu Dharma has only one aim: to raise a human being from human to divine, or making human being experience their ultimate state of consciousness. Here Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that there is no enlightened being, no incarnation on planet Earth who would have achieved the ultimate without worshipping the divine and the sacred feminine. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that in his divine Leela, as an incarnation, he himself worships Devi Parashakti in the personal life. In personal life, he himself is a Shakta. He further says that in his biography, in his divine Leela, all the deities, all the yantra that he carved, all the darshan that he had, all were Devi based, all Parashakti based. The another incarnation, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, who lived from 1836 to 1886, he says Paramashiva is the Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. Again, we get to see the importance of sacred feminine worship. A human being has the only one purpose of his life, and that is to realize the ultimate state of his existence, that is Paramashivoham. Paramashiva is the Brahman, but to reach the Brahman, the key is with the Devi. Devi only opens the door to realize the Paramashiva. Unless she opens the door, none of us can realize the Paramashivoham state. He further says that even though husband is the owner, the key to the house will be on the hip of mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of mother, or the small sons of the mother, only they can touch that place and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to mother, or people who are closer to mother, they can only reach. So he gives a beautiful example of how to relate with the divine feminine, how to worship the ultimate at the divine feminine consciousness. He gives us two techniques through which we can relate to the divine feminine consciousness. One, at the Matribhava, worshipping the divine consciousness, divine feminine consciousness as the mother, or surrendering at her feet. And this is the way we will be able to get the key from Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti's grace and blessings to realize the ultimate state of existence, which is Paramashivoham. So now we will look into the Dhyana Sloka of Devi Parashakti. Dhyana Sloka of Devi Parashakti says that the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as a shining vermilion red body with the triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust. Sorry for the technical glitch. The Lalita Sahasranama, the Dhyana Sloka of Lalita Sahasranama, sings the glory of Devi Parashakti. It also describes the form, the cosmic form of Devi Parashakti. When she takes the form, the formless of Devi Parashakti, when she takes the form, what kind of form looks like? It says that the Divine Mother has the shining vermilion red color body. She has three eyes. She is wearing a crown which is studded with the rubies, and she also has a crescent moon on her crown. Her face is smiling, and in one hand she is holding the jewel cup brimming with the mead, and in the other hand she is having a twirling red lotus. The further sloka, the Dhyana Sloka of Devi Parashakti says, I meditate on great Empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the gourd, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by power such as anima, for the agency, the self within me. So this sloka also gives us more detail about the physical form of Devi Parashakti. Her form looks red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion. Her face is smiling, and she is surrounded by all sides with the various powers of Paramashiva and Ashtamahashaktis, Ashtamahasiddhis such as anima, and she is self within me. So before we move to the next segment, we'll have a short break. Please stay tuned.
your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Yes, Nithyanandam. Welcome back to the Parashakti Akashic reading. As we've seen the unique contribution to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is the Devi worship, is being the seed for all the Sampradayas, all the subsets of the Hinduism, and how the Bhagavan is reviving the whole tradition by himself, is manifesting as a Devi Parashakti. So who is Devi Parashakti? Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is in her cosmic womb from which the billions and billions of the universe comes out and goes in. The source where the Big Bang and the black hole goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. As Avatar Ramakrishna said, Shiva is the Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach the Brahman. Here, this statement, the very statement proves that she is everything. She is the source. She is the source energy. She is the source power from which everything has manifested. She is the cosmic mother. It is in her cosmic womb. The whole billions and billions of universe have manifested. It is from which all of us are. We came and we are in, all of us are even now, and we are all of us are going to merge. She being the cosmic mother, she manifested everything in the universe. So out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form of Nija Avatara of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And she is gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Devi, she, with her extreme love and compassion, she is manifesting through the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and she is answering, she is gracing us and answering all our questions and helping us to reach the ultimate consciousness of Paramashivoham itself. She literally giving each one of us the experience of Paramashivoham. And she is revealing our past, present, and future, helping us the manifesting the better life, better successful life for each and every one of us. So let us see a short video where Devi introduced herself.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓம் எனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் வடிவாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியோடு நன்மாட்சிமையோடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான் கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள். இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம் 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 பரமசிவோ பரமசிவோகம். வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes. In the words of Parashakti, Today, she introduced herself as rising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrinkara, filled as Parashorasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in the Kailasa Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda. I took the Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all the goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandra Maudi, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing all of you. Listen. To do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and I came down as a Nijavatara. Rising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as a source of existence, powers of existence, expression of the existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Iksha, Kriya, Jnana, growing as 4 Vedas, expanding as 5 Panchabhutas, beyond the 6 chakras, filled as grotras of 7 rishis, expanding as 8 direction, existing as 9 gragas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. It is from the words of Parashakti herself. She introduced about herself and she explained how she manifested in the existence as she being the source of existence, the power of existence, an expression of the very own existence. She manifested just to show her love and compassion, to help, to tell and make the truth blossom and to do good to each one of us. As we are seeing more and more about the manifestation of Devi Parashakti, the next segment we're going to see about how we're going to receive Devi Parashakti. So before moving on to the next segment, we're going to have a short break.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyanandam everyone, welcome back to this segment on Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So now we'll look into how to receive Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti, whenever she is coming for Bhavasamadhi Darshan, like Bhavasamadhi Darshan, she is appearing to all of us our screen, the screen through which we are watching the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. So whenever the live Bhavasamadhi Darshan is happening, whenever Devi Parashakti is gracing to all of us as the Avatar of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, she is also appearing on all of our computer screens. At that time, we are having the darshan of Paramashiva and Parashakti both at the same time. She is literally there in your screen. She is literally physically present in front of all of us. So whenever she is coming, receive Devi Parashakti in a very traditional way. Whenever she is physically appearing, we all should be receiving Devi Parashakti in a most traditional way. And as for tradition, we should have 2 bitter leaf, 1 banana, 1 bitter nut, and 1 coin in front of our screen. While we watch Devi Parashakti, please be ready with all these traditional items. Keep it in one vessel and keep it in front of your computer screen. The coin is considered as the traditional dakshina in Hindu tradition. While keeping this traditional dakshina, you can keep it as low as you want to keep. It can be lowest in your currency also. If you are from United States, it can be even 1 cent. If you are from India, it can be even 1 paisa. So whenever you are welcoming Devi Parashakti, always welcome in this traditional way and always have the traditional dakshina also. Offer all that to Devi Parashakti, and as soon as the Bhavasamadhi Darshan is over, do the namaskaram and take that as the prasadam. Eat banana, bitter leaf and bitter nut. Take that prasadam immediately after the Bhavasamadhi Darshan finishes. Collect all the traditional dakshina and send it to the temple. This bitter leaf, bitter nut may look too small, but in few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment. That really is there. You will not take Devi Darshan for granted. These rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality, lifestyle, and remind you, raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. So this traditions, the ritualistic way of welcoming Devi Parashakti may look very simple, but it has powerful impact on our mental setup. It is powerful enough to give us powerful cognitions, raise our consciousness, make us manifest the powers of Paramashiva. It will break our unconscious behavior of receiving Devi Parashakti, taking Devi Parashakti darshan, Bhavasamadhi darshan for granted. It will break our monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle behaviors. It will remind us again and again to be in our higher state of existence. It will raise us. It will give the conscious breakthrough. It will introduce us to our higher dimensions. It will open new human possibilities in front of us. So these are the pictorial representations of all the traditional items that you have to collect before you receive Devi Parashakti. So now we look into the one of revelation by Devi Parashakti.
ஸ்ரீ நித்ய திவ்யானந்தா, நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் 2 எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறென்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக்கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. ஸ்ரீ நித்ய திவ்யானந்தா, நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் 2 எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறென்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக்கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு.
Nithyanam everyone. So now we will look into the rough English translation of revelation given by Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti is answering to one of the questions by one of the devotees. She said that the fight and the disputes among the persons you tell is like the fight between two rats in the middle of huge fire. Who is right and who is wrong is not important now. All of you save your life. All of you understand properly. I am telling good. I am telling truth. Everyone in India, all of you listen. The hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Purana has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. Deadly corona life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Agora Tandava, which no one could control, has started. The microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together, destroying other souls. It will eat bodies. It has started roaming as the great demons with a tremendous strength. Understand properly. Prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their life, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to earth because of sufferings done by the humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listens to me and wish to save their lives, learning that prevention is the only way to go to Adi Kailasa. Prevention is the only way, and for that, go to Adi Kailasa. So Devi Parashakti is reminding all of us the near future which is going to happen in India and the other parts of the world. She is giving us the way to protect ourselves, not just giving us the way to protect ourselves, but also she has created one ecosystem. In last 20 years, last 14, 15 years, she has created an ecosystem for all of us to survive. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has introduced a 2-layer of quarantine to protect ourselves from this deadly corona and its impact on the human being. The only way that we will be able to save ourselves is to running to Adi Kailasa. There is no other solutions available as of now. Also, Devi Parashakti is reminding all of us that the Krimi Bhojanam hell has come on the planet Earth, and that is because of the sufferings done to the human beings. Mother will protect to all those who will listen to Devi Parashakti, who will be at the feet of Devi Parashakti. As we are seeing at the current status in India, we are getting to see more than 2.68 lakh Omicron cases in just one day. So this number of cases is being seen, which is much higher compared to the wave 1 and wave 2 of corona in India. India has never seen such high number of cases in last 2 waves. Here we are going to see, we have started seeing the number of cases much higher than what was expected and projected by the country. So also there are 2 things that has been detected. Is one is the community transmissions evidence has come. SARS-CoV-2 is a virus that spreads from one person to another. The source of the infection thus can be tracked by retracing the people on infected person met in last few days, and that is what is the community transmission. This is the standard way of contact tracing as being practiced by the administrations. Community transmission is not a new concept. It implied a massive spread of infection where the source cannot be tracked as the virus is widespread in the community. So this is one of the reasons why we are seeing the high number of cases. The way the corona is spreading is nothing but the community transmissions. We not listening to the Parashakti guidance of following double-layer quarantine. Forget about double-layer quarantine. We have stopped following even the single layer of quarantine, and that is one of the major reasons for community transmissions. Community transmissions, 68% of cases are coming because of the community transmissions and not because of some other reason. The school, colleges, everything is being shut down in India again after a long break. So when Devi Parashakti revealed about the coronavirus being alive in air for a long time, it is going to be alive for miles, spreading all around India and killing the various souls, eating the human body. Very few of us believed it to be true, but now as the time is passing, we are seeing that every word of the Parashakti is coming as the reality. We are seeing the impact of not listening to Devi Parashakti, her guidance given to all of us. When Devi Parashakti had revealed about the airborne transmissions of COVID variant, the scientist we didn't come to this understanding, but the scientist had started coming to these researches which say that the COVID, SARS-CoV-2 is transmitted by exposure to infectious respiratory fluids. The exposures occurs in the 3 principal ways: inhalation of very fine respiratory droplets and aerosol particles, deposition of respiratory droplets and particles on exposed mucous membrane in the mouth, nose, or eye by direct splashes and sprays, touching mucous membranes with the hand that have been soiled either directly by the virus containing respiratory fluids or indirectly by touching surfaces with the virus on them. So the new coronavirus is surviving at least 16 hours suspended in the air, and this has become one of the major reasons why the community spread has become widespread. It becomes so common. One, we all stopped following the quarantine, the social distancing, and second, this virus is sustaining in the air for much longer time compared to the wave 1 virus variant. Because of its long stay in the air, social distancing is no more useful. Washing our hand with a sanitizer following the social distancing is no more useful. The only way to protect ourselves is to maintain a double-layer quarantine. A multi-layer quarantine has become a need of an hour. The airborne coronavirus occurs. The people who are infected with the COVID can release particles and droplets of respiratory fluids that contains SARS-CoV-2 virus into the air. So we look into the minor difference or the key difference between in the transmissions that we are seeing into wave 1 and wave 2, wave 3. In the wave, the transmissions used to happen through the droplets which will come after coughing or sneezing. Now, in the airborne, the tiny particles possibly produced, they get produced even by the talking. They remain suspended in the air for the longer time and travel much farther. These airborne particles are less than 5 microns in the size. The contaminated droplets containing the virus are said to be droplets that would, in most cases, quickly drop to the floor or surface after exhaling. And this was the situation in COVID wave 1. So therefore, it was thought that the particles would remain airborne long, and after a few minutes, the virus would no longer circulate in the air and become inhaled. But the new study published in Medrix Depository now suggests that the novel coronavirus COVID-19 could remain in the air up to the 3-hour post-aerosolization. So this is the initial results that were found that it has started sustaining in the air for 3 hours, which later the scientists found it to be surviving for more than 16 hours and traveling for very long distance. So these are the exact words what the Parashakti revealed much before the scientists could realize it. The research also notes that on the surface, such as plastic and stainless steel, it will remain live for up to 3 days, copper surfaces for 4 hours, and on cardboard for up to 24 hours. The study from the scientists at Princeton University, the University of California, Los Angeles, and the National Institute of Health still awaits peer group review, but nevertheless indicates a remarkable contrast to the previously published informations. So even though these scientists could not reach to one common conclusion, they could not deny the possible airborne coronavirus spread, which we are seeing that has become a reality now. Now the number of cases, the way it is increasing, it's surpassing all sorts of predictions given by the scientists, researchers, the various organizations, and the government body. In India, we are seeing more than 2.64 lakh cases in just 24 hours. During the peak time of coronavirus 2, it never saw more than 1 lakh cases coming every day. So it had already gone 300% higher than what we saw into the wave 2. We could imagine the impact it is going to cause onto the human life, the way it will jeopardize the whole economy of country, disturbing the personal life, the economy of every individual. We have already seen millions and millions of people die out of hunger. Now, these numbers could go anywhere up to 10 times compared to what we have seen into the previous waves.
Yes, as we're looking at the current states where the many part of the countries, especially in India, which is facing this new Omicron variant, which is spreading, and India has a case record of almost 2.68 lakh cases in a single day itself. Now the outbreaking, the news is whether this Omicron variant can escape in the vaccine-induced immunity, where the people who got vaccinated. The study has said, although the available COVID-19 vaccines provide a certain level of protection against the COVID-2 virus, the studies have shown that breakthrough infections can occur in partially and fully vaccinated individuals. So if you are in a country where you feel the vaccines can help you, either it may be a partially or fully vaccinated before, you may feel that this could help you from some immunity level in this Omicron variant. But there is another one studies which was found almost 50 variants have been identified in this new Omicron itself. So this latest in the steadily growth variant of this new variant, the Omicron share tells with the cousins of all the alpha, beta, gamma, all the mutual variants which has happened before in the COVID-19. The scientists have found almost 50 mutations in the Omicron avatar compared to 18 in the Delta. So after the pandemic started, the novel coronavirus have muted in multiple ways and it is spreading in vast manner. As we see, initially it was the transmission through droplets. Now it is through airborne. The virus become the airborne, which means it can able to sustain in the air for more than 16 hours. And another one studies, which is the major cause for the vast spread in India, is the community spread, where you can't track who spread to whom You can't track the source of the person from which the COVID have been transmitted to other person. In these worst conditions, the another one study says 50 new variants have been found in the Omicron itself. In the old case, Delta has a 18 variants. So this spike in this COVID-19 becoming a trademark for the whole community of India. So in the case of Omicron variant, another study says it's no more going to be the aged person, 40 years more or more than 35 years going to be get affected. Even the children are the age of 11 to 15 also getting affected in this new Omicron variant. So the only solution we have is Devi now. So what if you have the idea that I'm fully vaccinated or partially vaccinated, whether I'm going to be survive out of this Omicron variant? So breakthrough infections occurs when a person who have received one or both the doses of the COVID-19 vaccines contracts the virus. He or she either remains asymptomatic, where you won't have the symptoms, or develops mild to moderate symptoms. In some cases, one may also develop severe illness leading to the hospitalizations and a very circumstance death. The study says even it is 40% positive rate it is detected on the person who are already either partially vaccinated or fully vaccinated. As we see, the complete lockdown has been announced in most of the states of India, and not only in India, even in USA, UK, many counties and states have been lockdown has been announced globally. As Devi has said, this virus is going to be start from India, and this Kirimi Bhojanam, which Vyasa has mentioned in the Garuda Puranam, going to get strengthened. It's going to be a big weapon for the whole world. And it is going to spread to all across the globe. As Devi has said, now the current world is facing the same as in line to the Devi's revelations. So what is the solution now? Here in the slides, you can see the detector, which has been found that using a device that capture the aerosols and the droplets from the person's breath, scientists showed that the coronavirus may evolving to spread more easily than the air. The very own example of India, where 2.68 lakh cases in a single day is the evidence for this air transmissions. So this COVID-19, the SARS-CoV-2 has been identified in air filters and building ducts in hospitals with COVID-19 patients. Such locations could be reached only by aerosols. Even if you're hospitalized, you are in the risk and the high danger where you're getting the COVID-19, because as it's become the airborne, we can't control the air. We are in a free place where the air is circulating among us, and it has to circulate. Otherwise, the complete vacuum may lead to the people to death. So in this case, there is no need of air filters. There is no need of air conditioning. Just by being alive around the people where you are exposed to, just the air itself being the medium for you getting the virus. So it is no more in the droplet stage or in the airborne stage. And the studies also involved saying that the caged animals that were connected to the separate caged, uninfected animals via an air duct have shown transmission of this COVID-19. This is the studies which shows the more and more details about this, how this COVID-19 become the airborne. 239 experts with the one big claim that the coronavirus is the airborne. The coronavirus is finding new victims worldwide in bars and restaurants, offices, markets, and casinos, giving risk to rise to the frightening cluster of infection that increasingly confirm what many scientists have been saying for months. The virus lingers in the air indoors, infecting those nearby. So numbers are spiking up. Every nations, they're crossing their past records. Especially in India, as Devi has mentioned very clearly and specifically for the benefit, for the survival, for the safety of this nation, India. Devi has said multiple times to each and every fellows in the India to save themselves by going to the Adi KAILASA and save from this pralaya. In the case of old Delta variant, the most number of cases India has faced is around 60,000 cases have been identified in a single day. But now it is 4 times, literally 4 times than the individual cases. It is 2.68 lakh cases in a single day itself. As we are seeing, the more and more details about how this COVID-19 is spreading in a vast manner. So let us as we are seeing, the multiple data, the numbers which is coming across the multiple nations. We're moving on to the next segment where we're going to see what Devi has revealed and what Sri KAILASA is offering as a solution to the whole community. Let us see the solution before a short break.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
Nithyananda everyone, welcome back to this segment of Bhavasamadhi Darshan with the Parashakti. So now we are looking at the current world situations that the world is facing, the deadly pandemic, the wave 3 of coronavirus. We are seeing the third wave on full rise, causing so many miseries to the human life. So in wave 1 and wave 2, we have been following the social distancing. This is one of the main prevention, one of the main way of preventing ourselves from the spread of coronavirus. But now, as we are seeing, that the coronavirus has become the airborne. It is staying in the air for a very long period of time, very longer time. The social distancing seems no more useful. The common advice for the social distancing was to say, stay 6 feet apart. It's easy to remember, but it does not account for all aerosol risk, particularly indoor. So now the researchers are saying that the social distancing is no more sufficient to prevent ourselves from the infectious SARS-CoV-2 variant. It says because people infected with the SARS-CoV-2 variant transmits large amount of virus, there is no safe distance in a poorly ventilated room. Areth, Ferro, Ahmadi and other Clarkson University colleague Suresh Dhaniyala wrote in the second article. Air currents from a fan or ventilation system can spread respiratory droplets further than 6 feet. So can speaking loudly or singing or the super spreader events have shown. The scientists used a smoky room analogy to illustrate the risk and suggested ways to manage it. So because now coronavirus is surviving for a very long time in the air, it can also travel to the longer distance just with the flow of air, just from the air currents from the fan or any other ventilation system. So we are not safe even in our rooms, in the house room, in a closed room or any other places. Earlier, we were not safe only in the outside or in the community gathering area or the places where large number of people will be gathering, whether it's market or cinema theater or any other such places. But now, because the airborne, the COVID virus has become airborne, even our houses are no more safe to prevent ourselves, to protect ourselves from the spread of COVID virus. A large number of COVID-19 cases have come from super spreader events where someone who is highly infectious spreads the virus to dozens of other people. And this is also happening because people are losing hope of protecting themselves from the coronavirus. People are now being reluctant to the social distancing, even though social distancing is no more, following the social distancing is no more a safe measure to protect ourselves from the spread of coronavirus, but surely not following the social distances has become one of the major reasons. It's one of the super spreader of the COVID virus. Researchers in the Hong Kong recently estimated that about 20% of the people infected, they were responsible for 80% of the local coronavirus transmissions. See, we are seeing that even now the reason of maximum spread of coronavirus is community transmissions. The transmissions, or it's happening because of the community gathering of the people. We'll look into some of the details from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this COVID virus spread.
The first understanding I wanted to give you all today is keep yourself alive this year. Please Keep yourself alive this year. Focus just on that. That is the only priority. That is the first priority and that is the only priority. Please keep yourself safe, alive, especially if you are in India. Please keep yourself safe. Let me tell you what is happening last few hours in Kailasa. Please listen carefully. I am going to narrate the whole story as it is. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. The first understanding I wanted to give you all today is keep yourself alive this year. Please keep yourself alive this year. Focus just on that. That is the only priority. That is the first priority and that is the only priority. Please keep yourself safe, alive, especially if you are in India. Please keep yourself safe. Let me tell you what is happening last few hours in Kailasa. Please listen carefully. I am going to narrate the whole story as it is. I am giving you this as a case study to convey this message to all of you. Please keep yourself safe. Keep yourself alive this year, especially if you are in India. Take this as my message. See, if you are my disciple, take this as Guru Vak, my order. If you are just sympathizer, take this as my request. If you are an onlooker, viewer, take this as my begging. I am begging you, please keep yourself safe, protected, multi-layer quarantined, and please keep yourself alive this year somehow. Keeping yourself alive is the only priority, should be only priority. Everything else is second. This year, keeping yourself alive is the only priority. The first Listen, money is not going to save you now. Money will not save you now. Influence will not save you now. Nothing will save you. Just preventive care only is the way to save you. With all the money, influence, contacts, I am not able to get a single hospital bed for my legal daughter. Sitting so many hours, personally I am attending. How many hundreds of calls we made all around? Nobody knows. And I don't leave a single stone unturned when it comes to medical care and health. Even my enemies will agree that I protected their lives as long as they were under my care. Even my enemies know that. Even the worst culanaries, conspirators, people who have enmity towards me, they know when it comes to saving life, I go all out. Spend all the money and all the influence and get the best care, medical care. They can't disagree. If they disagree, their heart will burst. But I am telling you guys, please protect yourself. Preventive care is the only way. Preventive care is the only way. Please be informed. In Los Angeles, I am getting the message that 37 devotees are doing Madhugari Bhiksha. My blessings to all of you. But please protect yourself. Do all the care needed to protect yourself from corona and follow all the laws of your land, your country, whatever laws. Please follow all of that and protect yourself from corona. That's the first priority. With that, any activity you do it, my blessings. But in India, no activity. I am making a clear instruction. In India, all ashrams, only the puja spiritual routine happening inside the ashram can happen. No external activities. Complete quarantine, multi-layer quarantine in India. Even the food which comes inside should be disinfected, sanitized. Only then things can be brought inside. So please understand, all the Indians, this is you take it as a request or begging, anything. Keep yourself safe. Be alive this year. If you are alive this year, that is the profit. First option for all of you is go to our ashram and have multi-layer quarantine and protect yourself. If you are against me and my Sangha and you don't want to come to our ashram for any reason, at least in your own place have multi-layer quarantine. Don't try to tell, oh, my father went to bring vegetables outside and he came inside the house directly and we are sitting and talking to him. We are all having a chat. Don't have this blind-spotted just namesake quarantine. Think through thoroughly and have multi-layer quarantine. Don't tell me, oh, we have to run our life, we have a business. What can we do? What can you do? Nothing can be done. What business you are telling? Just to give annadan, free food. These girls have opened the door and got the corona. Now what to do? I am running all over, protecting her. And I wanted all of you to know, I am not constipated conspiracy theorist. I don't accept conspiracy theories. I am not constipated conspiracy theorist. And same way, I am not positive thinking Bhagwas. Positive thinking and conspiracy theory, both are stupid during the crisis. During the crisis, you just need to be straight, honest, truthful, brutally honest. With my authenticity, integrity, brutally honest. Like Kalabhairava. I am telling you, please save yourself through multi-layer quarantine. Keep yourself alive. That is the only priority for you, all of you, this year, especially if you are in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Malaysia, that whole Southeast Asia. So please understand. And Jyotika is a person who does yoga and all, and she is a very healthy person. Even for her to get a hospital bed with oxygen, she is young. If you have seen her or known her, you know. Very sweet, very hardworking. Young kid, very highly educated, qualified. She's a postgraduate. A poet, actually. She can spontaneously write poems. Very sincere. Just this one instruction she missed, thinking, oh, Annadan, how can I stop? Arey, don't think you are more compassionate than me. Yes, we should do Annadan. But first be alive. Protect yourself. Then do all the seva, service. So all the people who listen to me, who are following me, who have sympathy for me, who feel I do good for people, all of you, please understand. If you are in India, Malaysia, Southeast Asia, this year, your only responsibility is save yourself. Keep yourself in multi-layer quarantine. Take this as my personal instruction. Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Maldives, all these countries, Cambodia, Thailand, next to Thailand, nearby there's another one country. So please understand. This is my message to all of you. This is my message to all of you. Listen, money is not going to save you now. அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர் இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும், என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய்ச் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the participants and viewers watching us live on Facebook, YouTube, and the various social media platforms. We are now entering into a very special segment where we see about how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through the social media. As we saw all the revelations which Devi Parashakti shared about the COVID-19 and how the pandemic has unfolded in our lives and the way to prevent the pandemic. Devi Parashakti gave so many remedies and so many revelations on how the pandemic can be overcome and all the various ways on how we can stay in the space of completion, as many of us know that whether in our personal lives or our friends and our extended family, we have seen the various family members who could not withstand the COVID 19 virus and has left us, and various other problems similar to the businesses going down, many of the businesses going down, the stock market crashing, and the various ways where Bhagavan Paramashiva, the ultimate, as we know, whatever he does is only auspicious and only for a good reason. Bhagavan Paramashiva has now showed that there is more to life than just business and just the normal mundane life that we are living, where every day from 9 to 5 we go to our jobs and we send our children to a normal school. And Paramashiva has shown us that that is not the way for us to experience the ultimate. There is much more possibility in this beautiful human life that Paramashiva has given us. And that is what we need to understand out of this pandemic. And Devi Parashakti has revealed so many revelations on how we can stay in the space of completion, how we do not need to let the pandemic affect us in any way, and how we can see the pandemic as a way to rejuvenate ourselves and get us back to the track of spirituality and get back to the origins where we find our roots in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. We find the real inner peace that we have all been searching for and yearning for. And this is the ongoing pandemic is a beautiful time where not just outside, but you can look inwards towards the various completion and depths of your own being. And that is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously been available for all the participants, all the viewers, all the devotees, all the disciples through the Paramashivoham level 2 programs, where every month after month, without a break, the Paramashivoham level 2 program has been going on just for this sole purpose of reaching out to people who need the help of completion, reaching out to people who want to explore this seeking, to awaken the seeking in all of us. And that is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously reaching out. And you would have heard in the previous video that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has said, just stay alive, and he will be reaching out to all of us and giving us this space of enlightenment. As we all know, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a direct incarnation of Bhagavan Paramashiva, and Bhagavan Paramashiva come down just for blessing us human beings, to take us to the higher states of consciousness. As we all know, right after Bhagavan, there have been so many, after Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the Dwapar Yuga, there has been the change where the Kali Yuga started, and so many masters have come to elevate the super consciousness. And now Bhagavan Paramashiva, with his utmost compassion and grace, has come to this avatar of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to just elevate the humanity to the next level of super consciousness. And with that being said, we now have a beautiful way where we can reach out to Devi Parashakti, where we can convey our questions, our healing blessings, our prayer blessings, and the various ways where we can connect with Devi Parashakti. And that is the segment that we will be guiding all of you in. So acharyas that you have with you today is myself, Sri Nitya Tattvananda Maharaj, and Sri Nitya Sanatanananda Maharaj, who will be guiding you in this beautiful segment where you can see how to connect to Devi Parashakti through the social media. So, as all of us know, the social media is one of the most biggest platforms currently where people connect with each other, whether it might be YouTube, whether it might be Facebook, Twitter. It is the world's largest place where you can reach out to one another. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with his utmost compassion, has graced us by being available in all the main biggest platforms, the social media platforms, where all of us, even in a remote corner, let's say in a village in Indonesia, you can reach out to Devi Parashakti and express your concerns, your prayers, your blessings. You never have to feel that your prayer is too small. It might just be, let's say, a headache that you're having today, or as big as, let's say, there's been a tornado or a hurricane in your area and you want help from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to have the relief, to have the needs, basic needs back in your lives. So you do not have to be the judge on whether your prayer request is small or big, or what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what Devi Parashakti might feel about your request. It is your personal feeling connection that you should have towards Devi Parashakti which matters. Many of us might have a question: what is the context? What is the understanding that I should hold in order to ask the question to Devi Parashakti? The most important context that you need to carry inside is just the space of prayer, gratitude, and devotion. That is what we need to have. It doesn't matter about whether we want wealth. You don't have to feel what would Devi Parashakti think if I ask her for wealth, but inside you are truly suffering, where you're not able to manifest wealth in your life. You do not have to feel that your blessing requests, your boons, your wishes are too small or immaterial to Devi Parashakti. As in the Devi Mahatmyam, Devi Parashakti, if you would have read the Devi Mahatmyam, it is a beautiful story where there are two beings. One who is the Maharaja, the king, who was there, who was literally kicked out by his own ministers, by his own family, and banished from his own kingdom. And he wanders in the forest. And at the same time, a merchant, a Vaishya, even he completely lost all his wealth and his whole family, and both of them meet. A Vaishya is a small merchant, and the king is the emperor of a whole lineage. But both of them have lost all their wealth, all their family, all their relatives, all their friends, and they both met each other in the forest. And at that time, a beautiful sage comes to them and narrates the glory of Devi Parashakti as the Devi Mahatmyam that we all hear today. And once both the Vaishya and the king hear the story that they have, the story of Devi Parashakti, they immediately get into a space of complete devotion, of complete surrender to Devi Parashakti, and they perform the Chandi Homa. Literally, in the Chandi Homa, it is given that at one point of time you should offer the mamsa, which is the blood and flesh, and the king and the merchant cut their own flesh and offer it in the Chandi Homa for months. And Devi Parashakti, with her utmost compassion, appears physically and blesses them with everything. The Vaishya asks for enlightenment and she gives him enlightenment, and the king has been blessed to rule eternally and be the greatest of kings. And this is a beautiful story where we can see that the only way to receive Devi Parashakti, as she is the Jagat Janani, the mother, the cosmic mother, how you would ask anything to your own mother in the space of innocence, let's say when you were either 4, 5, or 6, when you would maybe want a chocolate, or you want to play with a toy car, or you just want the attention of your mother. what space of innocence that you would carry. That is the same space of innocence that you should have when asking your prayers, asking your blessings to Devi Parashakti. And it is only that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with his utmost compassion, like how the merchant, the Vaishya, and the king did tapas literally for months together, and then Devi Parashakti appeared. Here, just by a click on your laptop, you're able to have a connection with Devi Parashakti, you're able to have the darshan of Devi Parashakti, and it is that easy to connect to the divine. It is that easy now that Devi Parashakti is coming in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With his utmost compassion, we are able to connect to Devi Parashakti just through a click of a mouse, or just by logging on to YouTube or the various social media platforms. And just holding the right context is the most important aspect where you can connect to Devi Parashakti. So now let us move on to the various social media platforms where Devi Parashakti is available for all of us to ask our questions.
Nithyananda. So the first platform to connect to Devi Parashakti is YouTube, where most of you may be watching this show. So first thing you do is you click on for the membership, you click here, you click the join button, and you subscribe to the KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda channel. Once you do the membership, join the membership, then when the live feed comes, you can ask your questions, comments, boons to Devi Parashakti here. And as you heard what Tattva Maharaj explained beautifully about the Devi Parashakti in the Devi Mahatmyam, how compassionate the Devi is. So you, without any doubt, you just ask your questions, comments, and whatever gratitude you have, just type it right here, and then submit button on the arrow, and that will your bhava will be submitted to Devi Parashakti, and she'll respond to you. So the next method to connect with Devi Parashakti is through Facebook. So the official channel of KAILASA's HDH Facebook channel is KAILASA's HDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam. So you'll see, welcome to the official page of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam. So once you open the Facebook page, first thing you should do is like and follow. So once you do the like and follow, you will be notified whenever Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, Nithyananda Paramashivam goes live, or Devi Parashakti goes live, or all that. And once you click on like and follow, and then here you click on the down here when the video is going live, when Devi Parashakti is live, you ask your questions and comments here. So this is the next way to connect with social media through Facebook. As Tattva Maharaj explained, that Devi Parashakti is going all out to reach masses and help them. So now we'll look at how you can register for the go on the Paramashivoham page here. So we'll pause.
Yes. So the KAILASA's Department of Information and Broadcasting has given us a beautiful opportunity where we can show our intention to attend the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, where all of us can show that we would like to attend the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. The Paramashivoham Level 3 is a wonderful program where you might have got introduced in the first segment of this session, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after 3 long years, has graced us in, of course, his very, very busy schedule, has taken this wonderful time apart for us, just for all of us, to experience the higher dimensions, the next level dimensions of Paramashiva, which Paramashiva reveals in the Vedas and Agamas, and for us to experience all those dimensions. So all of us can, I'm sure many of us are excited to attend the Paramashivam Level 3 program, and for all of us to show our intention, where we can show that we would like to attend the Paramashivam program. The KAILASA's Department of Information and Broadcasting has given us this wonderful opportunity to show our intention to attend the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, where all of us can head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. We'll just now be demonstrating about how we can do that. So I request all the participants to just, you can look at your screen, and we'll now be happy to share the how to show your intention to attend the Paramashivam Level 3. Yes, Nithyananda, I hope all the participants can look at the official website of the Paramashivoham, which is kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. And once you scroll to the end of the page, once you keep scrolling, you can see the various different descriptions mentioned. And here we can see the Paramashivoham Level 3, the banner which all of us can download and upload on Facebook and other social media platforms like Twitter or Instagram, where you can upload this banner given by KAILASA's Department of Information and Broadcasting, and to show your intention to attend the Paramashivam Level 3 program. So if you click here, you can see the button, click here to download, and it will download the image in form of a JPEG image, and you can upload that into your Facebook personal accounts and to show your intention. So I hope all the viewers and participants have got what I had explained. So first log on to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham, which is the official website for the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, and scroll all the way to the bottom, and right before you reach the end, you will see the Paramashivoham 3 special social media kit, where you can download the Facebook banner and you can upload it in your personal Facebook, or in any of, if you're a owner of a page, or if you're the member of a group, you can upload this in that group, and you can show your intention to attend the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. So this is how you can show your intention to attend the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. And if any of the participants have any questions, if you would like to know, if you have any questions on how exactly you should make you can upload the Facebook banner, the cover image. You can message us in the various social media platforms where all the acharyas are available constantly to answer your questions and your doubts. So before moving on to the next segment, let us take a short break and we'll be right back with you.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanandam. So you can connect with Devi Parashakti. Welcome back. You can connect with Devi Parashakti on Twitter by replying to tweet by @Shri Nithyananda. So the best way to do it is go on Twitter and open the official channel of Bhagwan Nithyananda, which is KAILASA's SPH JGM HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam, which stands for KAILASA, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam. So once you open, and the Twitter handle is @Shri Nithyananda. And the way to connect it is you click on the follow button and you click on the bell icon here. Once you click on these two, you will be notified whenever Devi Parashakti or His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam goes live. So step one is to follow @Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So once you start following, whenever Devi Parashakti goes live, you click on this comment button and you ask your questions in the reply section. And don't forget to put the hashtag of Ask the Avatar on Twitter. So this is the way you connect with Devi Parashakti on Twitter. So now we'll look at the next channel of connecting with Devi Parashakti, where you can ask the questions on Instagram feed post. So first you have to search for, you open the Instagram account of Shri Nithyananda. So it will say KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, reviver of KAILASA's, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, kailasa.org. So once you open this, you click on the like button here, so which will start following. So you follow Shri Nithyananda on Instagram. And then once you see the feed of Devi Parashakti, you can click on the comments, ask your questions in the comment section here and submit. So this is the way you can connect with, you can ask your questions, comments, boon request, gratitude, all that on Instagram feed. Now we'll move to the next way of connecting to Devi Parashakti, which is WhatsApp. So it's very easy. You go on the official web page of KAILASA, kailasa.org. So once you open kailasa.org website, you'll see on the top left side, there's a chat on WhatsApp. So once you click on that, what you do is you ask your questions here in the WhatsApp chat, where reply to Kailasa's support, and then you submit your questions, comment, prayer request. So now we conclude with this, we conclude the multiple ways of asking questions on social media platforms and connecting with Devi Parashakti.
Yes, so with that, we come to the end of this beautiful session where we saw about the various ways we can reach out to Devi Parashakti and we can ask our questions, our boons, our blessing requests, our prayers to Devi Parashakti through the various social media platforms that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing us with. So we will now be moving on to the next part of this wonderful segment where we see about how to connect to Devi Parashakti through the offerings. And again, if any of the viewers, if any of the participants would like to ask any question about how to connect with Devi Parashakti through the social media, or would like to ask about any question that you have either on the Paramashivoham program or even what is Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, and any question that you have, you can ask on the live video, and all the acharyas are available to answer your questions and to attend to all your queries. So I invite all the viewers to ask your questions if you have any. And with that, let's move on to the next segment, which is the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So here in this previous segment, we saw about how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through the social media, and Bhagavan Paramashiva has given in the Vedas and Agamas the Kriya Pada of the Agamas. The Kriya Pada is the part of the Agamas which talks about the various offerings to the divine, where we can offer our gratitude and devotion and connect to the beings, the higher level beings such as Bhagavan Paramashiva, Devi Parashakti, and the various beings. And many of us, from starting from even the Rig Veda, which talks about the Agni, Agnimi Purohitai Yajnasya Devam Mritwijam Hotaaram Yajnadhatamam, where Bhagavan Paramashiva in the Rig Veda reveals on how fire is a beautiful element through which we can connect to Devi Parashakti, and even the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken about the fire element, where we can, the divine, it is literally a material through which the divine takes birth in the human form, and through the human form we can connect to the divine. So that interchangement of space through the vertical time zones, that is what is the medium of fire. And that is why in so many of our rituals, you will see that the fire is being used, whether it can be as small as the Nitya Puja, the daily puja. If you are initiated into Vishesha Diksha, you would know about the Nitya Puja that we offer to the Guru and Bhagavan Paramashiva every single day, or the huge grand yajnas which are happening continuously, like the Putrakameshti Yajna, which is the fire ritual where Paramashiva explains about how we can get the enlightened child through the blessings of the through the blessings of the God that we are asking from. So all the rituals of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma involve this beautiful fire component. And like this, there are so many of the truths that Bhagavan Paramashiva mentions in the Kriya Pada of the Agamas and Devi Parashakti. Many of us do not know how Devi Parashakti looks, or of course, very few of us have had the fortune of having the darshan of Devi Parashakti, like how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the tender age of 10 had the darshan of the Sri Chakra and Devi Parashakti. Same way, many of us do not really know the exact form of Devi Parashakti, how she looks, what she wears, what she adorns, what she has around her, and that is why in the Vedas and Agamas, Paramashiva gives the Dhyana Shloka. The Dhyana Shloka is one mantra in Sanskrit, in the divine language of Sanskrit. The Dhyana Shloka is literally a detailed description of the divine. Like every day in the Shiva Puja, if you are doing, you will be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara or Bhagavan Paramashiva. And same way, in the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagavan Paramashiva has revealed the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti also, where we have the sacred verse in the Agamas, Shyamani Bhaveda Karavanhina Yanam Syat Pankajavara Bhaya Japakshavala Yuktam Angahima Bhushana Vichitravasanam Syat Tungamakuto Jwala Manonmani Swarupam, which is the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti in the form of Manonmani. If any of you would know who Devi Manonmani is, we can see, all of us can see the emblem of the Sri KAILASA nation, and you will see Bhagavan Paramashiva, and on the lap of Bhagavan Paramashiva sits Devi Manonmani, who is literally the extension, the Ardhangini of Bhagavan Paramashiva, as a representation of his female form sitting on his own lap, and that is who is Devi Manonmani. So if you decode this Dhyana Shloka which I just chanted, Bhagavan Paramashiva detailedly describes every single ornament, every single way that Devi Manonmani is sitting, where she sits on the divine lotus, adorning the sacred jewelry, right from the hema, the golden earrings, and the Trinetra tilak on her forehead with the bhasma, and the chudamani on her forehead, and with the vibrant color sari, that she wears, and the udyanam, which is the waistband, the golden waistband, and the golden haras, which is the jewelry which comes all the way from the neck all the way till the waist, and how Devi Manonmani is seated. So it is in this detail that Bhagavan Paramashiva has described in the Vedas and Agamas. So many of the recent scholars or the people who claim, the Western translators of the Vedas and Agamas, translate in their own way, in whatever perception that they have. But here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the authentic form of these translation of these verses from the Vedas and Agamas, and through the authentic scriptures, as actually they do not need any addition or subtraction. It is just literally, if you read out the Vedas and Agamas, the verses, if you just get the literal translation, that is enough for us to understand the whole scriptures. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his utmost compassion, has decoded all these various verses in the Vedas and Agamas, and has given various offerings where Devi Parashakti, as mentioned in the scriptures, as mentioned in the Vedas and Agamas, adorn these jewelry that we are going to be seeing now. And you might have a question about why I was describing about the Dhyana Shloka. In the Dhyana Shloka, it is described about all these various offerings that we are now going to see, whether it is the Swarna, the golden toe ring, or the golden ring, or the chudamani, the hairline jewelry. All these jewelry has been described by Bhagavan Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agamas, and by the ultimate grace and compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, all of us are able to offer these jewelry in these days. And many of us, when we are going through the offerings, if you connect to any of the offerings, if you would like to offer any of the offerings, you can feel free to put it in the comments in the YouTube chat, in the Facebook chat, where our acharyas will then be able to guide you on how you can make the offering, how you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti. And we will now be entering into the various offerings and the context on the benefits of each offering after a short break.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyanandam, welcoming all the participants and viewers back to this wonderful segment of Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. And we will now be looking at the context on how we can offer the various offerings to Devi Parashakti. So the first, we have the verse from the Bhagavata Purana, which is a beautiful Purana which talks about the various topics, and it even has the life story of Bhagavan Sri Krishna and the various other texts related to the stories, the wonderful stories and the truths behind each of the stories. And here we have the verse 37 of the Bhagavata Purana. Dharmaya yashaserthaya kamaya swajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam iha mutra cha modate.
Nithyanandam, the beautiful meaning of this verse is one part should be used for dharma, dana. The second part should be yasha, second part for yasha, public works which bring fame to oneself. Third should be reinvested to generate more wealth. So third should be reinvested to generate more wealth. Fourth, for kama, enjoyment of material things. And fifth, for one's family and friends. So you can see how Bhagavata Purana, which is the scriptural reference, it is also telling how the money should be reinvested to generate more wealth. Like a businessman, he would always take the money and reinvest, like how the top industry leaders do that. So Bhagavatam is giving the guidelines how to be successful in spiritual and material things, both. We'll look at the next Shastra Purana.
The next Pramana we have is from the Dharma Shastras. Grihe dashagunam danam goshte chaiva shatadhikam umyati irtheshu sahasram antatam shiva sannidhau.
Nithyanandam, the meaning of this verse is dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere, 100 times when made in Gaushala, cowpen, 1,000 times when made in sacred places, tirthas, and infinite number of times when made in the premises of Shivalinga, such as Shiva temples. So the place where you do the offering is very, very important.
The next we have the Shastra Pramana from the scriptural reference for the benefit of offering the various sevas to the divine. We have the offering, we have the verse from the Brahmanda Purana, the verse 55 and 56. Danam trividhamityetat kanishta jyeshta madhyamam tatra naishreyasam jyeshtam kanishtam swartha siddhaye karunyat sarva bhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha.
So this verse is from Brahmanda Purana, verse 55 and 56. And it is the meaning of this verse is dana given in order to achieve moksha, nishreyas, is considered the most valuable form. The dana given out of pity is or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be medium value. It is also called dayadanam. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is known as the least valued of all, which is, yes. So the three types of danas are explained, and whatever you do for nishreyas, the moksha, is the best.
So we saw about the three contexts from three scriptures where Bhagavan Paramashiva gives us the various benefits and injunctions where we can know about how our donations are not just going in air or the donations are going without any benefit for us. Bhagavan Paramashiva is receiving, or Devi Parashakti also is receiving each and every one of our offerings and has already declared that what are the benefits for this seva. As Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says in various of these verses that we would be seeing in each of the offerings, to every offering that we are doing, there is already a benefit where Bhagavan Paramashiva says, actually not just for offerings, but for every scripture or even every chant which is mentioned in the Vedas and Agamas, there is the introduction, the context which is being set for the whole chant, and then there is the chanting of the mantras itself, and then included in the chanting of the mantras is called the Phalashruti, which is the Phalashruti is the chanting of the benefit of chanting these mantras. Any mantra that we take, whether it is the right from the great Upanishads of the Kathopanishad, Kenopanishad, Ishavasyopanishad, till even the mantras which the divine Ashtakams written by Adi Shankaracharya, the Kalabhairavashtakam and the various Ashtakams, and even the Sahasranamas, the chanting of the 1008 names, the Vishnu Sahasranama, Lalita Sahasranama. At the end of every chant, it is given on what is the benefit for chanting this mantra, what is the benefit that the Yajamana is going to receive while chanting this mantra. So, like that, even in all our offerings, we are able to see that for each offering, Bhagavan Paramashiva has given a specific benefit for when you offer the seva. Like, for example, of course, Devi Parashakti is having all the gods and goddesses inside her, and even if you do a Sankalpa chanting all the way until the grand rituals like the Chandi Homa, it is whatever Sankalpa that you have inside yourself, whatever conscious resolution that you want to make into reality will become reality. And now we can see the offering of the e-hundi. It is a beautiful tradition in our Vedas and Agamas, especially in the lifestyle, the temple-based lifestyle, in the Hindu lifestyle that we have, that whenever we go to the temple, we offer something that we have as gratitude. Many of us at the present time, because the currency has become such a pain pattern for all of us, we feel hesitant to give the donation or offer the donation in the hundi. But in the olden days, when the whole Vedic tradition was fully prosperous and had all the various treasuries, and when the Sanatana Hindu Dharma was the richest civilization, or I should say, even now is the richest civilization in the whole planet. During that time, it is because of the temple-based lifestyle that everyone had, where they offer the best that they have to the divine in the form of the hundi offerings, and that is how the whole ecosystem evolves. If you see in the Vedic tradition, in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the temple is the center of each and every community. That is why the kings, nowadays you see the country leaders or the monarchs of this current world are more, they give more importance, or I should say, they have a big priority of the budget of the nation towards the development of the war weapons and the various ammunition and the country, the powerfulness of the country. One of the most key aspects is measured based on how powerful the military of the country is, and not by how spiritual the people, the citizens are, or how healthy the citizens are. And that is the current state of the world, where in the Vedic tradition, the whole civilization, the whole society, the whole lifestyle that they lived is around the temple-based civilization. That's why, as we saw in the earlier presentations, whenever there is a Brahmotsavam, that is the celebration of the temple, at the beginning of the celebration and at the ending of the celebration, all the people from the various sects of the city, whether it is the goldsmiths, whether it is the carpenters, whether it is the craftsmen, the Vaishyas, and same way the Brahmanas, the teachers, the various scholars, all of them have an important role in the celebration. And you would see the farmers, when they have the first crop, they would come and offer it to the deities. All the goldsmiths would offer the first gold piece that they have made to the deity for the celebration. And of course, the temple is not hoarding all the wealth, and continuously the temple is having programs to educate the Gurukul children, the students of the Gurukul, to learn all the sciences. The temple facilitates the artisans. Literally, in the Vedic tradition, Paramashiva explains on one part of the whole ritual should be given to the stapati, the artisan, who has made the whole ritual possible by invoking and making a deity in which the energy of Paramashiva, the prana pratishta, can be done. And same way, the leader of every sect, of every caste, will come and give his contribution to the temple based lifestyle and to the temple of the community, and the temple gives back in the form of annadan, in the form of the scriptural learning for the Gurukul students. In so many ways the temple gives back, and of course the temple, how much the temple, by doing the rituals, how much the city is getting benefited, all that is not even measurable by the amount, the small amount that we are giving. So this was the context in which the whole Vedic civilization existed, where each and every person, when you go to the temple, you give a small amount as a token of gratitude, as a token of appreciation for all that Paramashiva is showering on you. And it doesn't even have to be much, as many of us know the story of Sudama and Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Even though he offered just the flattened rice, a small amount of flattened rice to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, when he went back, he saw a whole palace which Bhagavan Sri Krishna built for him out of just his will, out of his third eye. And it was literally, Sudama did not even ask Bhagavan Sri Krishna for that. He had it in his mind, and Bhagavan Sri Krishna, just because of the gratitude and devotion that Sudama had towards Bhagavan Sri Krishna, Bhagavan Sri Krishna just showered him with gold and all the riches in his life. So many of us have read and have come to know many of these stories, and now it is our time to show that same in our lives and to continue this beautiful tradition, this sampradaya that we are part of, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So you don't have to feel that these are old stories and they are not relevant in today's day-to-day lives. It is even now, whatever Bhagavan Paramashiva has read, has given the benefit in the Vedas and Agamas. It doesn't have any expiry date. Let's say after 1,000 years, this benefit will no more come to me. It is eternal that Bhagavan Paramashiva has described in the Vedas and Agamas. So out of this context, let us now begin looking at the offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first offering that we have is the offering of E-Hundi, and we have the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference from the Lalita Sahasranama, the verse 42. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini.
Nithyananda. So Tattva Maharaj was explaining so beautifully the importance of the temple-based civilization and how the temples in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, how they how they had the responsibility, and how they always contributed to the society. Even in how the farmers, the first thing after they get the first best grains, they will offer to the temple, and the temple will make sure that after it's re-energized, giving the seed back to redistributing to the community with the blessings of so very important part. And now the E-Hundi part, the meaning of this verse is as follows. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all the fear. If there is any fear in the minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated in it is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes more stronger. Shambhavi, the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadaradhya means worshipped by Shraddha, Saraswati. Shravani, the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Shramadaini, Devi who bestows happiness on the devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your Kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi. So the Sankalpa, the next ritual for offering to Devi Parashakti is Sankalpa chanting.
We have the beautiful offering of the Sankalpa to all the viewers who do not know what Sankalpa is. Sankalpa is, the literal meaning of Sankalpa is conscious resolution, where many of us in our lives, we of course always want many things, such as we want the beautiful relationships, we want to attract good wealth, we want to attract good people around our life, we want to attract health. So all of us have all these wishes that we have, but only when it is converted into a conscious resolution, when you hold this with a deep, intense desire, with a deep, intense feeling connection to the divine, by surrendering to the divine and let the divine make that happen for you, only then it becomes a sankalpa. As in the various rituals we would have heard, Mama Sankalpa, Shiva Sankalpa Mastu, where we say, we declare that let my conscious resolution become the conscious resolution of Paramashiva, where whatever desire that we have inside, many of us have, you might have tried for months to get a promotion in your job, and something would be stopping you, whether it might be your health or your family or your other requirements, or it might just be a feeling of a deep laziness or boredom that you're having towards your work, but you still want the promotion to happen. And just by surrendering to the divine, when you have given your best and when you have tried your best and you see it is not moving, then of course you know that it is time for you to relax and for you to just surrender to the divine and let the divine become your co-creator, let the divine make that happen for you. And here we have the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gracing all of us in the form of Devi Parashakti, who is the cosmic mother, where you can ask anything that you want to Devi Parashakti, as though she is your Jagat Janani, she is your mother. And we have a beautiful opportunity to offer this Sankalpa, this conscious resolution at the feet of Devi Parashakti. So with that context, here we have the verse from the Devi Mahatmyam, the 12th chapter, verse 34. Taye tanmohyate vishvam, saiva vishvam prasuyate, saya chitta cha vijnanam, tushta ruddhim prayachati.
The meaning of this verse is the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. So this is from Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. So the offering to Sankalpa chanting, the nominal price, the donation for this Sankalpa chanting is $1 United States. Offering the Sankalpa conscious resolution blesses the person offering with all fruition of the desires and wishes he is yearning for. And as Tattva Maharaj explained, and your Sankalpa becomes the Shiva Sankalpa. And the cosmos will bless your Sankalpa. Now we move to the next section of significance of offering the gold. The gold is present in all scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Rituals, fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. So in ancient scriptures, or even just few 100 years back, you'll see the Hindu civilizations, mostly they believed in gold and they traded the Swarna Mudras. So Swarna Mudras are very common in Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, Puranas. And also the Artha Shastra of which Kautilya's Artha Shastra, it explains the importance of the gold and even the quality of the gold, like how we talk about gold 24 karat. It explains the importance of the purity of the gold and how it is so important. And we did not have, like Tattva Maharaj was explaining, the health of the civilization was not by a country, was not based on the army and how much military might they have, how many missiles they have, how many nuclear missiles or weapons they have, but it was how the inner strength of the people and the knowledge of the people. So and it was the gold which was the currency, how much gold holdings they had. So when one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual price. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts for commodities, including cows. So you can see the importance of cows, which was given even in ancient days. Not ancient days, even recently, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and his guru, on the coin it was written, Go Brahmana, means cow, and Brahmanas, like the importance of this. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses, cows were dressed in gold. Significance. So Hindu civilization thrived on banks of rivers of gold. Indus River, which is like in our scriptures, it is Sindhu River, Sapta Sindhu River, was called Hiranyamaya, the river of gold. In Rig Veda, the river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. So you have to remember this point, why the temples are constructed and paved in gold, why the deities are made in gold, why they are decked and adorned in gold, because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So that's the importance, and that's what His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is again and again stressing the importance of the gold and moving to the gold currency instead of the fiat currency, which is based on fear. And so
Yes, so we saw about the wonderful context on the divine element of gold, and you will now be seeing the various golden offerings which Bhagavan Paramashiva and Devi Parashakti have described in the Vedas and Agamas. And let us now look at the offerings after a short break.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyananda, welcome back. Now we'll be discussing the different offerings of gold. The Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. The offering donation for this seva is 75 USD, 151 USD, and 251 USD. And the Shastra Pramana for this offering is Nama Parayana Prita. She who likes the repetition of her various names. This verse is from Lalita Sahasranama and verse number 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It is very special and unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe within. The next offering is the Mukta Anguthi. the finger ring with the pearl. The offering price for this is 251 USD, 501 USD, and 750 USD. And the Shastra Pramana for this verse is as following.
The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the Mukta Anguti is from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, the verse 2. Muktahara lasatkirita ruchiram purnendu vatra prabham sinjannu pura kinkini manidharam padma prabhabasuram sarvabhishta phalapradam girisutam vani ramasevitam meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaranidhim.
The meaning of this verse is as follows. I bow to goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like a splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of mountain. He is worshipped, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So here, daughter of mountain like Parvati and goddess Meenakshi. So you can do all the offerings to Devi Parashakti on this URL of tiny.cc Devi offerings. Devi-offerings. And we have a lot of volunteers. We have acharyas who will guide you through how you can do these donations. You can put your comments in the comment box. Now we'll move to the next offering. So the offering of Mukta Anguti. The Mukta Anguti, the price of the donation for this offering, 251, 501, and 750 USD. And the offer finger ring with pearl to Cosmic Mother and experience blessings and healings with your mother. The next offering for Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, golden lotus. The cost of this offering is 600 USD. And the Shastra Pramana for this is as follows.
The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa is from the Kamikagama. Ashtavidyeshwaropeta kumbhavarna samyutam sarve sasutra vastradhya hema pankaja bhushita sapidhanas sapurchascha pakva bilva phalaprabha snapanadhyaga samsiddha pramanena samanvita.
So the meaning of this verse from Kamikagama is as follows. All the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, golden lotus, the offering price, the donation for this is 600 United States dollars. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities, of worship or meditating in the mudras and asanas used during the worship involves lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is the divine flower. So Shakti of Paramashiva is also called lotus. So you saw in this word, the meaning is meditating on mudras and asanas used during worship involves lotus flower. So you see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, most of the times you will see he is sitting in Padmasana. Padmasana means the lotus pose, basically. And you'll see most of the Hindu deities are most of the Hindu deities are 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 in the lotus mudra, or even if you see the Shiva, he will be also having the lotus underneath, and also Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus, or Nithyanandeshwari. There's a big lotus underneath. So the base of Paramashivalinga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is considered as a lotus about to bloom. Offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and express gratitude to Tyaga and sacrifice to your own mother. So the next offering is Swarna Methi, gold touring. The offering price for this donation is $750 United States dollars, and the Shastra Pramana is as.
The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the Swarna Methi is Nakhadit iti Sanchanna Namad Janatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha.
The meaning of this verse is as follows: You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. So this offering to Devi Parashakti, the Shastra Pramana, was from Shlokam number 83 of Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotra, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So this is from Saundarya Lahari, which is written by Adi Shankaracharya. And the next offering is Swarna Methi, golden touring. So the offering, the donation is $750 USD. Offer the touring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings even in the most difficult aspects of your life. And you can do the offering to Devi Parashakti on tiny.cc/Devi offerings. Now we move to the next offering, Swarna Mangatika, the gold hairline jewelry. It's called Chudamani in Hindi, so in Sanskrit. So the donation for this seva is $750 United States dollars, and the Shastra Pramana for this offering is Sudha Sharabhi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrahara, that is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from Sahasrahara Chakra, which is fully opened. Offer the Mangatika to Devi and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. Now,
so with that, we come to the end of all the offerings to Devi Parashakti. And if you would like to offer the offerings, you can log on to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to make the offering to Devi Parashakti. And of course, if you need any assistance in making the offering, you can connect with any of the acharyas on the social media platforms, and we'll be happy to help all of the participants. We have many viewers commenting on our live video. Yashodan Kulkarni Ayya, Sri Nithyananda, Ma Asha Kiran, and Christian Silva. And if any of the viewers, and if any of you would like to offer the various offerings to Devi Parashakti and to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can express your desire in the chat, and we'll be guiding you on how to make the offerings to Devi Parashakti. And of course, in the later part of this session, just in a few moments, we will be guiding all the participants on how to make the offerings. We will walk you through the whole process on how you can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And with that, let's all come back after a short break.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the viewers watching us live. We will now be beginning the offerings to the Guru, where we have the first offering we have the first context, the benefits of offering from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 12. Na paduka paro manyo, na deva shri guru paraha, mahishaptat paradiksha, na punyam kula pujanat. There is no mantra higher than Paduka, no God higher than Guru, no initiation higher than the Shakti, and no merit higher than Kula worship. This is the first context that Paramashiva gives in the Kularnava Tantra about the benefit for offering to the Guru. The next, again, we have the Shastra Pramana from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 120. Rikta hastascha no peyad Rajanandevatam Gurum Phalapushyambaradini Yatha Shakya Samarpayet Evam Yo Nachara Devi Brahmarakshasatam Prajet. One should not approach royalty, the deity or the Guru empty-handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth and the like according to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahmarakshasa. So here again, Paramashiva gives the benefit and the context of approaching the Guru, approaching the divine, how to approach, and by the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, all of us are receiving this beautiful Parashakti Akashic readings, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which even after doing tapas for thousands of years is hard to achieve, hard to please Devi Parashakti. But here, just with the click of a button, we are able to have the darshan of Devi Parashakti. And with that space of devotion to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he has graced us with all these different kind of offerings. The first offering is the Pratiksha Pada Puja, which is offering to the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The donation amount is $1,008 US. And here we have the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference from the Pularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 5. Koti koti mantra japa, koti tirtha vagahanat, koti devachana devi, parashri paduka smritihi. O Devi, remember this paduka which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. And that is the beautiful Shastra Pramana that we have for the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of worship to the sacred divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the next offering that we have is the Vastralankara Seva, the offering where we get to offer the sacred cloth and jewels that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is wearing. And here we can see on the picture to our right where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is adorning the Kashaya Vastra, which is the auspicious cloth worn by the monks as prescribed in the Agamas. And we can also see the various Sarvalankara, the jewelry that as per the scriptures in the Agamas and Vedas, how Parashakti adorns all the sacred jewelry. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism adorning all those sacred jewelry. And these are the two sevas that we can offer to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And of course, we have the beautiful Paramashivoham level 3 program that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing all of us with. And now we will be walking you through how to offer or how to register yourself for the Paramashivoham level 3 program. So I request all the viewers, all the participants watching us live on the various YouTube and Facebook channels, all of us can see the screen where we'll now be showing you how to offer and how to register yourself for the Paramashivoham level 3 program. So here we can see the official page of the Paramashivoham program, which is kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. And once you go to the program, you can begin by looking at the various aspects of the program. Paramashivoham will make you experience and manifest the state, space, powers, being, and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. The science begins with awakening the Paramashiva, discovering the Paramashiva in you, and then getting established in this true identity by manifesting powers of Paramashiva. It is not just a meditation program, it is pushing humanity to the next level of consciousness, to the consciousness of Paramashiva, the ultimate superconsciousness as per Hinduism. The avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has realized the state of superconsciousness, is transmitting his experience of Paramashivoham via initiation. This program will change who you know as yourself, your very being, to make you radiate superconsciousness. Paramashivoham, which means I am Paramashiva. This is the truth. Paramashiva is the ultimate consciousness, the source of all creation, the Karana, Karya, and Mula, the cause, effect, and source of all that we perceive and all that is unmanifest in our life. And the Paramashivoham program is from the 19th of February, which is almost in 1 month, to March 11th, which is an online program. And in this program, we will be seeing the deeper experiences of the 25 states of consciousness, the vertical time zones, and manifesting the extraordinary powers of Paramashiva. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing all of us by explaining more about the vertical time zones and unraveling the mysteries of the parallel universe in a live webinar that is happening tomorrow on the Sunday. If you are in the Eastern Hemisphere, it is at 8 p.m. IST, and if you're in the Eastern Hemisphere, it is 6:30 a.m. Pacific time, where you can attend the live webinar and register for the webinar, and we will also be explaining on how you can register for the webinar. But before that, let us see how to register for the Paramashivoham program. So, and of course, not to forget the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the darshan where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the various beings, like how they manifest in the Archavatara, they manifest in the Nija Avatar through the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So here we can see a short glimpse of what is the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And let us now move on to know how we can register for the Paramashivoham program. So when you are in this website, kailasa.org/Paramashivoham, you can click on the register icon, which is here in the top of the page. And once you click on the button, it will guide you to the whole registration form where you can register yourself for the upcoming program, the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. So you can begin by selecting the program, which is Paramashivoham Level 3, and the zone which you belong. You might belong to, for example, California, and fill in your first name and last name, and if you have any spiritual name, you can fill in, and your date of birth, and the gender, male or female, and you can put in your email address so that you get notifications of the program, and the acharyas can reach out to you on how you can register and participate in the program, and you can get all the details of the program through your email and of course your phone number. You can select the country, in this case United States, and type in your phone number. And once you put your phone number, you can put your language preference so that the acharyas of the program can arrange for the translation that you will be having during the program, as the program will be conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in English. And if you need any other language, you can put the language if you want, like Spanish or French or any other language, and then select your country, the state and city which you are in, and your address and zip code, and any of the medical conditions that you have, as the acharyas will then be careful to guide you on some of, let's say, the breathing techniques, which, for example, if you're a heart patient, it might be difficult for you, it might be uncomfortable to perform some of the pranayamas, the breathing exercises. So you can mention any prior medical conditions, and you can mention any of the previous programs that you attended. Maybe you would have attended any webinars or the Inner Awakening programs, and then you can begin, you can read the disclaimers and sign below and submit your registration to attend the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. And after you submit, the acharyas will be available for you and reach out to you and guide you on how you can participate in the program, make the Guru Dakshina, the donation for the program, and participate in the Paramashivoham program. So with that, we can see the various ways we can register for the Paramashivoham program, and I'm sure many of us are curious about tomorrow's webinar, that is on the vertical time zones, which I will also be explaining about. So here we can see the webinar, the Unraveling the Mysteries of the Parallel Universe, the webinar on the vertical time zone, which is happening tomorrow at 8 p.m. IST and 6:30 a.m. IST, 6:30 a.m. Pacific time. And there's also a beautiful discourse given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the multiverses. So let us see this short video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares about the multiverses. So I request all the participants, all the viewers, to get into a space of deep listening so that we can get ready for the webinar that is happening tomorrow. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be directly gracing all of us by conducting the webinar.
Maybe from tomorrow, when you guys practice samyama, have one or two pillow just on the hip. You have to lie down on the back, but have one or two pillow for the hip. I do not know the reason, but this is what you used to do. You will always have a rock below my back, below my spine, especially the area where the Muladhara Swadhisthana. Back side you will put the rock and I will have to lie down. The head will be down and the leg will be down. He used to put little big rock, at least 2 feet height rock, on that I will have to lie down. Maybe that was the rock which was near when he used to take me to do this samyama. He will ask me to lie down. You guys may not need 2 feet height, but maybe 2-3 pillows. But it should be down and you should be able to gaze at the sky. That's the way it should be. So, anyhow, when I used to gaze, I used to do it for a long time. You guys can try, at least do 2 cycles, 42 minutes. But if you can, do even 1 or 2 hours. That's up to you. But do at least 42 minutes. It will be really very powerful. So, I have seen suddenly the very frequency of the body will change, especially now you guys are going to fast and do. When you fast, your body changing your awareness, transcending the lower awareness and getting into the higher awareness is very easy. You see, like when you want to change the gear in the car, if the gearbox is lubricated, the unclutching and changing the gear is very easy. Same way, if you are practicing this liquid diet during this samyama, the changing the gear and you falling into the higher and higher consciousnesses, that entering into the transcendental consciousness will be very strong, very quick. That is why the fasting is used as a powerful technique for enlightenment. I want all you guys to know this is a very powerful process. When you do it along with this with the fasting, you will really be able to enter into the altered awarenesses, altered states of consciousnesses. Only thing you should take care that you should not get ulcer. Drink lot of juice and once talk to your doctor so that you take care of your health also. You should not have any disease, problem which will create gastric trouble or any other stomach ulcer or anything because of this fasting. That you need to consult once with your doctor. And take neem juice morning. That will take care of everything. That will take care of everything. I have seen in my life. Very easily you can fall into the higher states of consciousness when you fast and practice this kind of samyama. And I myself have seen the Siddhas, Rishis, Munis, not just in this plane, in this cosmos, in the multi-universe, in the different universes. Your system enters into a suddenly different frequency. You will have the vision and darshan of them. They will appear in front of you. They will guide you. They will even talk to you. And many of your doubts can be clarified. Many of your experiences can become inspiration for enlightenment. So actually when you see a Siddha, or Rishi or Muni, what will you do? Naturally you will ask for enlightenment, or you may ask for something. They will bless you and it will be a more inspiration. Even if you ask for the worldly things, it will be an inspiration. Once you get it, it will be an inspiration for you to have more and more spiritual practice and samyama and get enlightened. So I wanted all of you to know, there are multi-universes and I have seen them. I even saw some of their infrastructure, how they have roads, how they have traveling systems, how they travel, all those things I have seen. Maybe when time comes, I'll describe all my Akashic experiences, Akashic recordings.
Yes, Nithyananda. So that was a short introduction by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on what are the multi-universes and what are the 11 dimensions. And let's now go through how to register for this program. So when you click on the button here, register now, you will be taken into a new tab, website, where you can register for the webinar tomorrow. It is just like the registration form, exactly same actually, the registration form that we saw for the Paramashivoham level 3. You would just be selecting the program as the webinar, Unravel the Mystery of the Parallel Universe, and then fill in all the rest of the details which has been asked in the registration form. And once you fill, and you can click on submit, and then you will receive the details on how you can participate in the webinar tomorrow. And just to reiterate, the webinar is happening tomorrow at 8 p.m. IST, which is 6:30 a.m. PST, Pacific Standard Time. And there's also a beautiful way where we can get ready, prepare ourselves for the webinar. So when you're in the website, you can click on the click here to view the document where you can prepare yourself for attending the webinar. So with that, we have seen about the Paramashivoham level 3 program and how you can register yourself for the Paramashivoham level 3 program and tomorrow's webinar. And we will now be moving on to the next segment after a short break.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the...
Yes, so welcoming all and everyone for this segment of glimpses of the glorious past on the 15th of January. On this segment, if you do not already know, we go through the years since the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started his public life, and we cover the various activities and contribution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has offered to Hinduism and to humanity through his mission of reviving the Sri KAILASA nation, the only Hindu nation. So without further ado, we'll be going into the first year for today. Here we can see the year of 2005, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally performing the Guru Puja along with the Kailavasis and devotees. So Kailavasis, for those who are not, who do not know, are devotees and disciples who surrendered their life for the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are full-time living in monasteries, dedicating their lifetime and energy for the sake of the revival of the Sri KAILASA nation. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering the Guru Puja under the banyan tree in Adi KAILASA to Dakshinamurti. Dakshinamurti is the embodiment of Paramashiva, the Adi Guru. Paramashiva assumed the form of Dakshinamurti as the first Guru, to start the Guru-disciple relationship, which is the backbone of Hinduism. So the Guru Puja is of extreme importance for strengthening and keeping the Guru-disciple relationship dimension of Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive, as this is how the knowledge, initiation, powers, and ultimately enlightenment is transferred from generation to generation. So the Guru Puja is a very powerful ritual that we perform in the morning before engaging with the day, remembering Paramashiva, remembering Guru, remembering the ultimate, our superconsciousness, before engaging in the daily activities through the five senses. So the Guru Puja is of extreme importance, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said many things about the importance of Guru Puja, one of them being that this is how you sit with Paramashiva, and it allows you to digest yourself. Any form of life negativity, any form of incompletion you might be cherishing, knowingly or unknowingly. When you do the puja, you have to sit with Paramashiva, with Guru, and with yourself, and you will allow this completion process to happen for the complete completion to blossom within your being. So a very powerful ritual to be performed in the morning. Best is not to consume anything before, and to do it as soon as we finish the taking bath and doing the kriyas, the pancha kriyas early in the morning. So here, an amazing blessing for those who were there to be able to see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering puja. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said that the best moment to see him, the best moment to have darshan of him is when he does puja. He gets into an ecstatic bliss which can be seen and experienced by the people around him when he enters into the space of puja.
The next year, we can see the 15th of January 2006. We can see the Mattu Pongal celebrations in Adi KAILASA. as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully revealed in the satsangs on the Pongal Makar Sankranti celebrations. Today is the auspicious day where one day after the worship to Bhagavan Shiva Surya, the form of Paramashiva, which represents the whole sun in all our lives. So one day after the celebrations of Bhagavan Shiva Surya, we celebrate all the various animals and even tools that are used for the agriculture and give our gratitude to all of them. So in the Vedic tradition, it's a beautiful practice where we worship especially the cow, who is in the Vedas and Agamas. It is given that inside the cow, it is literally Kamadhenu. All the gods and goddesses are in each part of the cow. And as the cow is giving us the sacred milk for the Abhishekam to the deities and giving us the milk, the curd, the butter, the ghee, and that is why the cow is so sacred, as we worship the cow in Hindu Sanatana Dharma, and it helps us so much in the agriculture, as it helps us in plowing the fields, it helps us in grazing and making the land fertile for the crops to grow, for the agricultural products to flourish. So that is why we celebrate the next day of the Pongal celebrations as the Mattu Pongal. In Tamil, the meaning is it is the celebration of the cow, where we celebrate the various beings which help us in the agriculture, in the organic agriculture. So here we can see the celebrations in Adi KAILASA, where the Go Puja is done, and the benefits of Go Puja are literally immeasurable and given in the Vedas and Agamas. So actually in Adi KAILASA, and as per the scriptural injunctions given by Paramashiva in the Agamas, every morning the cow is worshipped, and today it is a day dedicated to doing the worship to Gomata, the ultimate in the form of the cow. So here we can see the beautiful pictures of the Mattu Pongal celebrations on the 15th of January 2006.
Entering now in the year 2008, on the 15th of January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts a special session in Hindu University of America. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went on various world tour since he started his public life. Here we can see one of those events that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism attended to and graced with his presence. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working actively since the beginning of his life, but especially since he started his public life, in order to revive Hinduism, to enrich people, to reach out with the powerful cognitions that Hinduism has to offer to the world. So here, obviously, the Hindu University of America, a very good place for enriching about Hinduism to happen. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did appear in the Hindu University of America and shared various things regarding Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and ultimately his mission of reviving Sri Kailasa, the only Hindu nation, the civilizational nation, Enlightenment ecosystem. So here we can have a few pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism addressing in that event.
The next we have the wonderful Leela from the 15th of January 2009, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visits the Tirchendur temple. The Tirchendur is one of the 7 places where Lord Subramanya has kept his presence, the 7 ecosystems created by Bhagavan Subramanya, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has graced the city of Tirchendur by going to the Tirchendur temple, where the temple actually, if you would have gone with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or you would have visited the temple by your own, you would see that it is right next to the ocean. And even though many of us would have known on the year 2004, there was a huge tsunami which hit the east coast of southern India, and this temple stood strong, and literally nothing happened to this temple, even though it's right near the sea, it's right next to the beach. So that is the power of this temple as protected by Bhagavan Subramanya himself. And all of us can see the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gracing the temple of Tirchendur, one of the abodes of Bhagavan Subramanya. And we will now be moving on to the next year. Here we can also see a few more pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism receiving the sacred respects from the priests of the Tirchendur temple, as in the Hindu Sanatana Dharma, whenever an enlightened master, whenever incarnation visits these holy temples, there is a huge elaborate ritual which is performed where we welcome the avatar, we welcome the spiritual master with the Purna Kumbha, which represents completion, and also the sacred garland and the cloth and the various offerings, which is the best offerings of the temple. We present it whenever the incarnations, whenever the spiritual masters come to the temple, when they grace the temple. So here we can see one such instance where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is visiting the Tirchendur temple, and all the respects are being offered by the chief priests, by the Dharmakarta of the temple, the person in charge, the responsible person of the temple.
Entering now in the year 2010, on the 15th of January, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts the Kalpataru session in Dubai. So, like mentioned a little bit earlier, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has traveled across the world in all the continents, in all the major cities, making himself available, conducting programs and sessions, and ultimately giving darshan and individual blessings to the participants who came to attend and receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here we can see the Kalpataru session conducted in Dubai. The Kalpataru, for those who are not familiar, is a program designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, revealing the science of manifesting your desires. It is a program which gives us the knowledge of what inner space should be cherished in order to manifest what we want, and what technique and processes we can go through to identify the causes of the non-manifestation, to drop these causes and incompletions, and ultimately create the space for the manifestation so that our energy, our Kundalini, can be awakened fully and flow in that direction for that desire to manifest into reality. So the Kalpataru program is a very short program, but surely a very powerful one, and revealing one of the most important dimensions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is the creation of your reality, manifesting what you desire in your life. So here on the picture on the left, we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving individual blessing and darshan to a participant, receiving the initiation and the transfer of the Kundalini awakening, as well as the purification of the bio-memory, something that happens automatically when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, 1008 avatar of Paramashiva, touches you directly.
We will now be looking at the next year of the 14th of January 2011, where we can see the Pongal celebrations with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism cooking the Pongal traditionally as told by Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agamas, where Paramashiva instructs in the Bhaga Shastra, the scripture revealed by Paramashiva for the cooking, the ingredients on how to cook the various food organically and through the right methods of cooking. So, as told by Paramashiva, here we can see in the mud pot, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism cooking the pongal and then offering the cooked pongal, the sweet and the pongal dish to Bhagavan Paramashiva and to the Arunachala hill, which we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is in the Adi Arunachala Sarvanya Pitha, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism cooked the pongal and offered it to Bhagavan Paramashiva and shared it as a prasada to all the devotees and annadhan to all the devotees, disciples and visitors who came to the Arunachala Sarvanya Pitha on that day. So here we can see the beautiful pictures of that auspicious day of Pongal on the 14th of January 2011.
Entering into the year 2012, again on the 15th of January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blesses everyone on the auspicious day of Makara Shankararati. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, again, we are covering the days of the Pongal celebration, which go on for a few days at this time of the year, every year. So here we can see, again, in 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing, giving discourse, and ultimately enlightening everyone through his words and various rituals in which he physically took part. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing the Kailaivasis and all the devotees, disciples, followers, visitors who came to Adi Kailasa to have the physical darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as usual, radiating bliss and auspiciousness, blessing everyone. We can see on the right few of the participants in the hall listening and attending to the discourse and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
The next we have the 15th of January, where 2013, where we can see as part of the morning satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism elaborated on the concept of Brahmanyam Bahuputratam, the feeling of I am the chosen one. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said when a master gives sannyas, he should make the disciples feel he or she is the son or daughter of the cosmos. That disciple should feel I am the chosen one of the cosmos. Swamiji also elaborated on the Nachiketa Agni, the threefold fire of Nachiketa, and its importance for every spiritual seeker. Any process has threefold, completing it successfully, staying in the same place, same space, and having the necessary tools to come back successfully if you fell by accident. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 15th of January 2013 expanded on the sacred truth of Brahmanyam Bahuputrata in the beautiful Upanishad of Kathopanishad, where Bhagavan Yama, the Lord Yama, explains to Nachiketa, a small boy, on the various truths on death and how we can overcome the fear of death and the secrets revealed on death. The story of Nachiketa is a beautiful one, where if the viewers, if any of the participants do not know who Nachiketa is, there was once a king called Vajashrava, Ujjaishrava, and he was performing a ritual to go to the higher planes and the higher states and receive the Shaktis and Siddhis. When it came to the part where he had to do the Godhana, the offering of the cow in Hindu tradition, in the Hindu Sanatana Dharma, the offering of cow is one of the most important offerings. As we discussed earlier, the cow is one of the most sacred animal which supports and is a very important aspect of the temple-based ecosystem in the Hindu tradition, in the Hindu lifestyle. And when the Godhana was happening, Ujjaishrava, Vajashrava, the king, he was giving away all the feeble and the cows which are not producing much milk, the cows who are not capable, who are not healthy. In the Vedas and Agamas, it is clearly mentioned that when one gives the offerings during a ritual, when one gives the various danas, it has to be the best of the best. The Uttamostama has to be offered to Paramashiva and has to be offered as dana. But here, the king, Vajashrava, he was offering the feeble cows and the cows which are not fit to be offered in the dana. So his small son, Nachiketa, who is barely the age of 7, saw what his father is doing, the king, and he went and questioned. He kept questioning the king, but the king kept pushing Nachiketa aside and did not listen to Nachiketa. But Nachiketa, by his will persistence, kept asking his father, Vajashrava, and his father got irritated and declared that, "Shall I offer you to the god of death?" And Nachiketa, with his utmost sincerity, with his utmost authenticity, he says yes, and immediately he gets teleported to the Yamaloka, as in those days we had the knowledge where we can teleport to the various vertical dimensions which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revealing and reviving that science now. So Nachiketa, as a small boy, went to the abode of Yama, the god of death, and when he went there, he did not meet Yama, as Yama was not available, and he waited for 3 whole days without food or water. And just imagine a small, less than 7-year-old boy waiting literally at the door of the god of death with such authenticity, as it's described in the Kathopanishad, Shraddha Vivecha, which means possessed by authenticity. And Nachiketa, at the end of the 3rd day, after 3 whole days, Lord Yama comes back to his abode and he sees the small boy waiting in front of his door. And he says that, as you have been waiting here for the past 3 days, I give you, as in the Vedic tradition, whenever a Brahmana comes to your door, you need to welcome the Brahmana and give all the ceremonial worship and give the water to wash the feet, water to drink, and the new clothes and all the various offerings. But here Yama left this Brahmana, the child, for 3 whole days without any food or water. So Bhagavan Yama, he bestows his compassion on Nachiketa and he asks him to ask for 3 bones. And Nachiketa, out of his utmost tyaga, sacrifice, the first boon that he asks is not for himself, but for his father, to forgive him for all the sins that he has committed, to forgive him and to make sure that the ritual he's doing is successfully completed. And Bhagavan Yama blesses him with the first and second boons. And for the 3rd boon, Nachiketa asks that he wants to know the science of what happens after the soul leaves the body. And the Lord of Death, of course, this is his secret. This is the secret that he keeps with himself. And now this young boy is asking for that secret, and he tries to give alternative boons, such as the 10,000 cows or thousands of kgs of gold or whatever. He asks Nachiketa, except that one. Ask any other boon that you want, I will give it to you at this instant. But Nachiketa, as he is the embodiment of authenticity, he sticks to his integrity and he asks only for the signs of death. And Lord Yama bestows the signs of death, which by the grace and compassion has been revealed to all of us today by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and all of us can see the various satsangs on the Kathopanishad in Nithyanandapedia, or the official channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where all the satsangs are given on the Kathopanishad, which are there in the repository in Nithyanandapedia, where you can see the satsang and also the transcript of the satsangs that happened on that day. And we will now be moving on to a beautiful video where we have the glimpses of the Pongal celebrations with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 15th of January 2015. So let's all take a glimpse of this auspicious day.
So let us now enter into the year 2016, glimpses of the Pongal celebration with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So as mentioned earlier, every year around this period in the year, it is the celebration of Pongal. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing, receiving the Puja Prasadam, blessing everyone in the temple of Adi KAILASA, all the Adinavasis, devotees, disciples who gathered to witness the festivities of the Pongal celebration. Again, reminding that during the Pongal celebration, we worship Surya. Yes. So on this day, we worship Shiva Surya. We invoke the blessings, the presence of the sun, Surya, for the crops to yield during the year. We also worship all the animals which are related to the manifestation of food, so that the entire year will be auspicious and the lack of food will not be experienced. Anadan will be happening, plentiful, and that is one of the main dimensions of the celebration of the Pongal celebration. It is an indigenous tradition which is observed in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Here we can see a few pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism pouring the milk into the clay pot, which is going to be lit afterwards. And we are going to boil the milk, the rice, and the jaggery in the clay pot until the milk overflows from the pot. That is the culmination, the climax of the ritual. So we can see on the left, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism pouring the milk, and on the right we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism lighting the fire after having offered Agni Arati. So after offering the Arati, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism pours the fire, the Agni, into the wooden sticks which are beneath the clay pot to allow the cooking to start.
We are now entering the 15th of January 2018, where we can see the glimpses of the Mattu Pongal celebration with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering the worship to the cow, the Gomata, as it is a very revered animal in Hinduism, and every Pongal, every year, we have this day dedicated to the animals which help in the Hindu agriculture, and we give our gratitude to them for providing us with all that we need for our daily food and the help that they do to grow the crops, to either plow the field or give the manure for the crops to grow in a fertile way. We offer our gratitude to not only the cow, but all beings and even the tools that are used to grow the crops in the organic way in the Hindu agriculture, as mentioned by Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agamas. And here we can see the various celebrations of the Mattu Pongal with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Also wanting to add that the cow is extremely revered in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that the cows are extremely non-violent. Their biomemory heals anyone who is in their breathing space from any form of violence in our life, subtle ones and less subtle ones. The cow has an extremely enriching nature, where every dimension of the cow contributes to its environment, and the cow only requires very, very little for it to be sustained. So the cow naturally provides the muscles when required for the crops. It provides calves, so more cows can be happening. There's also the cow dung, which is used for various things. There's even the cow urine, which is used for medicinal purposes in some cases. And obviously the milk, which becomes curd, ghee, and other derived product from milk. So all the dimensions of the cows are extremely valuable and enriching to us, especially human beings and the environment. The cows have a very peaceful nature. So when we take care of the cows, when we do the go seva, and when we build the goshalas, we experience that motherliness. The cow has a very motherly nature. So that motherliness is experienced and transmitted, literally. Our biomemory, like mentioned, any form of frustration, depression, any form of violence inside our biomemory gets cleansed, and we come back to a pure state of restful awareness and loving nature. So cows are very important. Even in this festival in Pongal, we cook the rice in the milk. So it is very important dimension of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism stands for and revives. This dimension, which has been forgotten in today's world, has to be brought back to light, and it has to be brought back as a lifestyle across the globe. Entering now into the year 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the cosmic principles of Kailasa during the everyday life public talk, the Nithyananda Satsang. In this talk entitled, Kailasa is the Enlightenment Ecosystem, His Divine Holiness opened the Satsang with blessings for an auspicious Pongal festival, the great Makara Shankaranti, during which the worship of the Shiva Surya, the right eye of Paramashiva, happened. His Divine Holiness introduced a new book to the delegates, Energy Science in Vedas, written by Dr. Ramanesh Kumar Maneria and Veda Priya, published by the Parimal Publications. He requested that all delegates respect the copyright and buy it and read the book. He exclaimed that the authors have done a wonderful job collecting various Shastra Pramanas and connecting them with the modern day Pratiksha Pramana, and showing how the Pratiksha Pramana science is growing towards the most scientific science, the Vedic science. So inviting each and everyone to go listen to this satsang. You can go on Nithyanandapedia and you can type this date, the 15th of January 2019. The satsang will be made available to you on the page. Very important discourse by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, expanding on the principles of Kailasa, Kailasa being the Enlightenment ecosystem, a civilizational nation, which has for main purpose the revival and protection of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the most ancient tradition still alive on planet Earth, which has shown through time, has developed time-tested techniques and lifestyle, allowing humanity to go through all the ups and downs that it has faced since the beginning of time. So naturally, this tradition and Sanatana Hindu Dharma, also known as Hinduism, is extremely contributing and has a lot to offer in today's world for today's humanity. So the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is very important. He also mentioned about this book, which he recommends everybody to go and purchase and read, having beautiful work done towards connecting what is revealed in the sacred scriptures by Paramashiva himself from the beginning of time immemorial to what the science today is starting to discover and understand. So the link between all that is being nicely established in the book. So inviting each and everyone to go and get the book and receive all this enriching through this book.
We will now be entering into the next year, which is the 15th of January 2021, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism attends and receives Paramashiva, Bhagavan Paramashiva, and Devi Parashakti during the procession in Tiruvannamalai, the Arunachala Sarvanyapitha. And here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gracing the occasion virtually, and the delegates and the people, the Adhinavasis, the members of the sovereign order of Kailasa, are offering the respects on behalf of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa to the Archavataras, the Utsava Murtis of Arunachaleswara and Devi Unnamalayamman, who are gracing all of us, and all of us can see the deities of Bhagavan Paramashiva who are brought out in procession, and that is a very unique concept to Hindu Sanatana Dharma, where we can see the whole temple-based ecosystem, where the temple is the center for the whole city, and even Bhagavan Paramashiva comes out to grace all the devotees and all the residents of that city. And there's a chance, as the deity in the Garbha Mandir is quite far away, and many times the devotees, because of lots of crowd, are not able to see the deity, are not able to be with the deity for a long time. And that is why, for each and every one to offer the respects, to be with the deity, to be with the Archavatara comes out in the form of Utsava Murtis during the celebrations to grace all the residents of that city, and for them to offer their respects, their devotion, their gratitude to Bhagavan Paramashiva, Devi Parashakti, or any of the gods and goddesses who come in the procession. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the reviver of this temple-based ecosystem, is reviving this tradition in all Kailasas all over the world, where we have the temples and we have the Utsava Murtis, where during each celebration we take the Utsava Murtis in procession to meet all the devotees and residents of that city, so that they can offer their respects, their gratitude to Bhagavan Paramashiva. And here we can see the deities of Bhagavan Arunachaleshwara and Devi Apita Kujambal, and we can see the Arunachala Sarvanyapitha offering the Mantaka Padi, which is a beautiful offering described by Bhagavan Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agamas, where Bhagavan Paramashiva clearly states what are the different offerings that a devotee has to offer when Bhagavan Paramashiva comes in the procession, comes as the embodiment in the form of the Utsava Murti. Bhagavan Paramashiva dictates the various offerings in the Vedas and Agamas, where we offer the Purna Kumbha, which is the pot of completion, and we offer the sacred Mala, the flower garlands, and we offer the Naivedyam, which is the food offering. We offer the new cloth for both Bhagavan Paramashiva and Devi Parashakti, and we offer jewelry and the various offerings, which are mentioned in the Vedas and Agamas, as we celebrate the Archavatara coming out of the temple to grace all the residents of that city, to grace all of us, where we can offer our devotion, our gratitude, and directly relate to the deity in very close quarters. And here we can see the Arunachala Sarvanyapitha offering all those respects to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Devi Parashakti when they came out in procession on this auspicious day of the 15th of January 2021.
Also wanted to add that the city of Tiruvannamalai is the place where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism landed and took his avatar, his form as an avatar. And this is where he got initiated, trained, and given the responsibility to start the revival of the Sri KAILASA nation. So Tiruvannamalai is a very, very auspicious and very holy city in south of India, where the mountain of Arunachala is present. Arunachala being literally the physical body of Paramashiva. Here we can see the deities coming out of the Arunachaleshwara temple, going across around Arunachala and blessing all the devotees and all the adinams which are established around that sacred hill. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism grew up in this temple-based enlightenment ecosystem where everything is made available for you to experience the pure oneness with Paramashiva, for you to experience enlightenment, the purpose for which we assume the human body in the first place. So all this lifestyle and all these rituals are extremely important, and very fortunate are those who grow up in such an ecosystem, as this lifestyle is introduced to them from the very early age, and they imbibe the various dimensions of this lifestyle. So like Tattvananda Maharaj just shared, these various rituals and offerings which are made to the deities who come out of the temple for the sake of blessing the devotees on that specific day. So there's specific days where this ritual happens, and one of them being on this very day last year. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as seen in the picture on the left, in complete ecstasy and bliss, remembering and seeing Bhagwan Paramashiva and Devi Parashakti. So this event happened live last year, and every year inviting each and every one of you to come and see the live Nithyananda Satsang during those celebrations, which are relayed live online on our various social media platforms. So with this, we'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Yes, so welcoming each and everyone back. Let us now get ready to receive the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next part of the program, the live Kalpataru Darshan. So sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Visualize and remember Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your third eye or your Ananda Gandha. Chant the Mahavakya internally, visualizing the mantra rotating around your Vishuddhi chakra, your throat center. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So chant the Mahavakya, the Japa internally. Connect deeply, cherish intensely, feeling connection with Bhagwan Paramashiva and his avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Get into an intense space of listening, of devotion, surrender, seeking and oneness with the ultimate, with Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Unclutch from the activities of the mind and whatever you have gone through or you're going to go through in the day. Be fully present here, now, in the receptive mood to receive the presence, the initiation, the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to allow manifestation of oneness and a manifestation of Shaktis, Paramashiva's powers, to happen in you, to radiate through you. Breathe in deeply. Exhale slowly and deeply.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant continuously, intensely. Allow the vibrations to raise your frequency of consciousness, to intensify the feeling connection with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Establish yourself in the powerful cognition and yearning to receive the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Inhale deeply and slowly. Exhale deeply and slowly. On this auspicious time of Makara Shankaranti, invoke the blessings of Shiva Surya, keeping the head, neck, and spine in a straight line to allow the Kundalini to rise in your spine, to allow the Shakti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to manifest in your body. Cherish deep feeling connection with the 1008th avatar of Paramashiva, and establish yourself in a space of oneness with Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Visualize intensely Paramashiva in your third eye,
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.